Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good evening, Council. We're going to call our special council meeting to order for Wednesday, December the 13th, 2023 at 6:15 p.m. Number 2 is our declaration of pecuniary interest. Any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest tonight? Seeing none, we'll move on to number 3 is approval of the agenda. That the agenda of the special council meeting for December the 13th, 2023 be approved as presented. A mover, Councillor Vedabunker, and second by Councillor Marshall. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Number 4 is in-camera items. We have a motion that in accordance with the Town of Pantangasheen Procedural Bylaw 2023-50, the Council of the Town of Pantangasheen move into an in-camera session to discuss litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality or local board, including matters before administrative tribunals, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Look for mover. Councillor Vedabunker, seconder Councillor DeRush. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried, and we'll convene in our closed session room. All right, council, thank you. Number 4, -4 is arise from closed session. The council of Town of Pantanguishene rise from an in-camera session without a report. I'm going to look for a mover. Councillor Grush and Councillor Waters, seconder. Call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Number 5, we don't have any reports. 6 is question period for the meeting public. None, sir, online. And 7 is an adjournment. We'll look for a motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconded by Councillor Waters at 6:38. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to our council meeting for Wednesday, December the 13th, 2023. I'm going to call our meeting to order at 7 p.m. We're going to start off with number 2 is our land acknowledgement. Penetanguishene respectfully acknowledges that we are on the traditional and treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people and their ancestors, now known as the Williams Treaties First Nations territory. This includes Chippewa Tri-Council, comprised of Bosley First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation. Alderville, Curve Lake, Hiawatha, and the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nations. Also once home of the Huron-Wendat, and more recently the historic settlement of the Métis. Penetanguishene is now home to many Indigenous peoples. Penetanguishene is proud of its Indigenous name, and more importantly, that for thousands of years, it has been and will continue to be an important homeland and gathering place for Indigenous people. We recognize that we are the stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters, and are responsible to ensure that our Mother the Earth is here for future generations. Thank you. Moving on to number 3 is our welcome and council commitment. Again, welcome everyone for attending tonight, and we're proud to support our new audio visual equipment. So we're going to be under Technicolor here tonight. I'm going to turn it to Councillor Waters. I'll ask Council if we can stand, if you can lead us in the English version of our council commitment, please, Councillor Waters.
We are grateful for the many gifts which have been bestowed upon Penetanguishene and its citizens, including the gifts of freedom, opportunity, and peace that we enjoy. May we be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. We ask that all in attendance and those who could not be here assist us in promoting good government. May our decisions as members of council be enlightened, and may we all be strengthened in our awareness of our duties and responsibilities. May we be granted the wisdom, knowledge, will, and understanding to preserve the good fortune of the town for the benefit of all, and to make good laws and wise decisions. Thank you for attending.
Thank you, Councillor Waters, and Councillor DeRush.
Nous sommes reconnaissants des nombreuses grâces accordées à Penetanguishene et à ses citoyens dont la liberté, les possibilités et la paix dont nous jouissons. Que nous soyons des intendants dignes de tout ce que nous a été confié. Nous demandons que toutes les personnes présentes et celles qui n'ont pas pu se présenter nous aident à promouvoir une bonne gouvernance. Que nos décisions à titre de membres du Conseil soient éclairées et que nous soyons tous renforcés à prendre conscience de nos devoirs et responsabilités. Que l'on nous accorde la sagesse, les connaissances, la volonté et la compréhension qui nous permettront de préserver la bonne fortune de la ville au bénéfice de tous, ainsi que de faire de bonnes lois et prendre de sages décisions. Merci de votre présence.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeRush. Moving on, number 4 is the approval of our agenda. I have a motion that the agenda for the regular council meeting for December the 13th, 2023 be approved as presented. A mover, Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Vadabonker. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Number 5 is a declaration of pecuniary interest. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest? Councillor DeRush.
I have an interest with item 12A, verbal update library services, because of my employment with the Township of Tyne. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRush. I will make note of that. If any member has a declaration at the time, let us know at the time. Moving on to number 6 is open forum. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council. You can bring up issues, concerns, ask questions before council will review them and debate them tonight. For open forum, I'll have you register with the clerk. Clerk has a registration that you'll complete to do that. You will be addressing council. This isn't open for two-way debate. We're going to ask for some respectful dialogue between us and our staff. We're going to hold it at 2 minutes, and we'll move from there. Those that have registered with the clerk, we'll call you up one at a time. We'll ask you to come to the podium and you'll be able to pose your comment or statement to council. Madam Clerk, has anyone registered for our forum tonight? And if so, could you read out the first member, please?
Thank you. Yes, Your Worship. The first member of the public that has registered is Jeanette V.D. Zag regarding 200 Fox Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Hello, yeah, that's Vander Zag, and you don't know my name because I'm new to Penetang, and but I'm not new to a small town, and I come from a small town where unfortunately the council's way of operating was to ask forgiveness, not permission. And I was surprised to move into my new home in Champlain Shores and shortly after to discover that there was a plan in place that completely changed the design of what we were sold. Our house hadn't closed yet by that date of the meeting, so we were not informed. I don't know why our developer didn't see fit to inform us, but I've been subject to misleading advertising and bait and switch. And we didn't come to Penetang to sit and look at a 5-story apartment building outside of our home. We came to this subdivision for the Georgian Bay. And I think with the provincial policy statement of 2023, where there's an elimination of specific targets for intensification, we need to take a second look at just where we intensify, what justifies 5-story buildings that close to the shoreline, and the impact it's going to have on residents. And I would like to know that this council is enlightened and makes wise decisions based on the constituency, not on highly paid, innovative developers whose idea of slowing down traffic on Fox Street, to quote, that it has been proven by studies that parking on streets slows traffic. So we're using humans as speed bumps now, are we? I walk on Fox Street without its sidewalks. It's a dangerous road to walk on, but I love walking to the Kitty Hawk coffee shop because that's a pleasurable thing for me. Am I going to be the one who gets hit? You need sidewalks before you intensify traffic, people, and I'm looking forward to living in Penetang, taking French lessons, getting involved in my community. I've always been active in my community. And I just hope that this council proves itself trustworthy, accountable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next member of the public is Martin Normandel. Thank you. Again, regarding 200 Fox Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Good evening. Like my partner Jeanette and I moved from Victoria Harbor over to Penetanguishene, but I've been here boating out of the area for the last 6 or 7 years. We purchased the home in Champlain Shores development with the understanding that there was to be a 3-story, 36 townhome condominium, which was on the original plan and continues to be on the site plan, which is on the front of the trailer in the development. What I've seen happen since we took possession on October 6th was we became enlightened with the changes that were being proposed, which we were never notified of. And we understand that town has done their due diligence to notify the affected property owners, but that isn't the case in our case or anyone else that purchased in Champlain Shores. As a matter of fact, all properties that closed within the time frame before September 13th, the initial meeting, were postponed. Their closing dates were postponed beyond that date. No house was actually finished in advance of the notification date. Seems a little suspect. But at the end of the day, when I look at all of the correspondence that's transpired over the last 3 years with the development of Champlain Shores, it seems to me that the developer had a plan in place right from the beginning to convince council to go through the process of approving the initial development, which seemed to make a lot of sense for reaching the thresholds of development that you were looking to achieve in town council. I think that at the end of the day, what the developer was planning to do was to shoehorn in the maximum number of units to maximize his profits on that property. And honestly, I don't think that if you were to go and stand on the corner where the 5-story building is going to be exactly 58 feet from the water line, we discussed it with the planning department, they are actually set back 20 meters, which is 60 feet. And that is where there will be a 5-story building, which will block a significant portion of the view of the bay. It's quite
Sir, that's your 2
significant.
minutes. I'll just have you wrap it up if you can,
Okay.
please.
So my main concern is two things. One is the parking. There's no reason why you should have to approve his amendment to ask us to deal with the excess parking that's going to end up on the street. And the other is the height. I understand that he's allowed to build 14 meters and he's asking for 18. It's only 4 meters, but it was 3 stories and it was 36 units. Now it's 5 stories and 88 units. And he slid that through using all the loopholes that was available to him.
Thank you very much, sir.
Council.
Madam Clerk, do we have any other members tonight that wish to speak? And just to set the stage for everyone, tonight we're in the part of the agenda that's our council agenda. The item that's before us that you've spoken to is regarding 200 Fox. That's not on our council agenda tonight. Last meeting, it was deferred back to staff for more information. That'll come at our next meeting called our Committee of the Whole. And this will be discussed in our planning and development section under 8B3. So that'll be some time later in the evening that we'll be discussing this. Madam Clerk, is there any other members?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The next member of the public is Sharon Telford.
Hi, everyone. I just want to address this situation again at 200 Fox Street. We're asking that the mayor and the town council rule against this developer's proposal. We understand the town reps did everything that you needed to do legally, your due diligence. The only thing that wasn't done was ask the people of this town how they felt. A proposal that, if passed, will forever affect our town and all of its residents. The only thing that truly matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Madam Clerk, do you have any other members?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just making sure I'm reading this right. I believe it says Connie Stewart. Is that accurate? Or Annie? Oh, you're okay. She's actually going to pass. And lastly, we have Brig Kinnear.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I felt I had a very short 10 minutes in the last meeting. I recognize that perhaps the next meeting is the one to really talk about 200 Fox Street now after your comments. But I just want to add, one of the points that I want to look at is with 200 Fox Street is, yes, it fits a lot of the legal requirements and the planning requirements to some extent. The fact that we're requiring an amendment to the bylaw suggests to me that there is something not agreeing with the original plan, the strategic plan that Penetang developed, I guess it with lots of public scrutiny. I came to Penetang in the knowledge that it's a beautiful area, and sailing around the bay is a wonderful thing because of the low profile along the shoreline. It's kind of unique. I was chair for a while of the North Simcoe Tourism Board, and we were constantly selling the shoreline, the water, the old architecture, or the specific architecture of the various towns within the Simcoe County. And what I recognized with this particular 200 Fox Street development is it's breaking a shoreline view. And that's not normally covered in planning meetings or anything else like that. But take a look. You can walk everywhere around Penetang, around the bay, around Penetang. And where this particular building is going to stand is viewable from every aspect. And quite frankly, unless it's an architectural wonder, which I somehow doubt it will be, it will be an eyesore. And I just want councillors, when you vote for this, to just bear that in mind. It's not only the legal requirements of the bylaws that we're looking at, it's the actual aesthetic of living in Penetang and how it looks and how it attracts tourism. But more than that, how the residents can be proud of it. I've looked for elevations. I haven't managed to talk to Andrea directly on this yet, but I haven't seen any elevation plans, which is normally what you look at when you have a building, especially one going to 5 stories.
Sir, you got
That's
your
it.
2 minutes. I'll get you to wrap that up, please.
Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, do you have any other members registered for tonight's open forum?
There are no other registrations this evening.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any members of the public wish to speak before us this evening? Sarah, do you have anybody online that wishes to address?
I do not have anybody online. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, number 7, statement of members. This is an opportunity for members of council to share what they've been doing with the community. And tonight, we're going to start with Councillor DeRush.
Thank you so much. So this week, this month, I guess, I did attend the Festival of Lights. I had a great time. The trees look wonderful, and the festivities at the museum following the Festival of Lights was wonderful. So a great effort from our staff. So thank you for that. I also was fortunate to attend a ribbon cutting ceremony at the Martin Valley Park. And this is a park location where we've recently added playground equipment. We've got a beautiful outdoor classroom area. In addition, the picnic area was enhanced with the installation of new tables, a gazebo, and benches. And there was also some wonderful re-landscaping and more parking available. So this beautiful project is thanks to funding received from the Government of Canada's Enabling Accessibility Fund and the Ontario Trillium Foundation. And we were fortunate to get this money because our staff applied for that funding. So I'm grateful for that. And I'm especially grateful for that wonderful park space that we now have as part of our inventory here at the town of Penetanguishene. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRush. Councillor Waters.
I guess as far as the town goes, it's been a fairly slow month for me. I did the women's, not sure what it was called. It was over through Rosewood, I believe. It was before the last council meeting. I had a bit of a personal injury sort of in the family, I guess. And it's kind of kept me apart from attending the ribbon cuttings and things like that. And other than that, it's been people coming one-on-one conversations with people. So, which is just sort of normal. So it's been pretty slow.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. Just a couple things. I got to participate in my first official ribbon cutting, which was really exciting. And we had the pleasure with our Director of Public Works, Brian, and other members of council to open Thompson Road officially, which was really great. And although I would have loved to have been the first car to drive down the road, the mayor had that luxury. He kind of took that away from me as the chair of Transportation Environmental Services, but it was really wonderful to see that intersection open after many, many years of hard work and dedication from our Public Works Department and really the entire town. It's really great to have that open. Will alleviate really some of that traffic on our main street. Last time I was talking too close. Now I don't know what's going on. Thank you. The only thing I would add is I had the opportunity to participate with members of council and all of the wonderful volunteers that participate on our variety of communities within committees within the community. We had a dinner on Monday evening at the Legion, and this was our opportunity to thank everyone who gives of their own personal time on a variety of committees. So it was really great to be together, to have a really nice dinner at the Legion, and just really thank all of the citizens of Penetanguishene who do all the great work in our committee. So thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, Councillor Marcia. Councillor Vedabunker.
Thank you, Worship. I also attended the dinner at the Legion, thanking our various community volunteers, and the ladies of the Legion did a fabulous job putting the dinner on, and it was great to see so many volunteers in attendance that were recognized. On December 4th, I attended the Police Services Board meeting, and we've started to turn our attention to the amalgamation of the various boards that service the North Simcoe area and sometime in 2024. And that work will be continuing behind the scenes. So it was a very interesting meeting. And finally, on December 8th, I attended the Waypoint Gala at the Midland Cultural Center, and the proceeds from that gala this year are going to fund the Waypoint Research Institute, which was also recognized earlier in the week for their 10th anniversary as a research facility within Waypoint. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabonker. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Most of them been covered. The one that I remembered quite vividly in my mind was Remembrance Day. We attended the Remembrance Day festivities, and we went to their dinner, and as always, a great Legion meal. The mayor and I also walked in the Midland Santa Claus Parade representing council on the next Saturday. Which other one we got here? Martin Valley we did. Appreciation dinner. The other one the mayor and I did on behalf of the county, but it was worthwhile mentioning, is we went to a couple of their Christmas parties for their different divisions up at Georgian Village. So we went up to wish them a Merry Christmas. We helped serve the meals and desserts and stuff like that. So that was very nice. The other one was Thompson's Road. We already covered that, so we're good.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I covered off a lot of the ones that was shared, but just a couple more highlights. I was able to attend the retirement celebration for Auxiliary Sergeant Morrow from the OPP, who provided 36 years of service to our community. So it was nice to be able to be there and celebrate. As well, I was able to participate at the Penetanguishene Museum. The Cultural Alliance presented a Do You Remember ceremony series where Councillor LaRue and our previous mayor and deputy mayor and councillor Anita Dubo was featured. So it was a good presentation. As well, I'm going to highlight our director, Andrea Betty, and the work that she's done with our community improvement program and the open house that was done. I think we didn't get, or possibly didn't get, the attendance we wanted, but it's well done. I think we're early adopters in this work. So congrats on the work that's been done there, Andrea, and I appreciate seeing that. I'm sure the deputy mayor will speak to this later, but one thing that I'm happy about, the county of Simcoe has adopted their budget. And through that process, the town of Penetanguishene was going to realize a 24/7 staffed ambulance out of our old fire hall here. And they'll be starting early in January. So I'm excited about that. I'll echo what everyone else said about our Festival Lights. It was tremendous. I as well, of course, was at the ribbon cutting for Martin Valley and for Thompson's Road, but a funny little story. I won't name any names, but it might have been someone in communications here suggested that we don't cut the ribbon. So I was holding the scissors by the ribbon and they took the picture. So the second one I was at, I didn't realize I was being videoed. So my kids were making fun of me when I go home saying, Dad, why didn't you cut? I was like frozen frame thing as a picture, but I was being filmed on video. So that's why I was following the directions of our staff. But thank you for that. But those ribbon cuttings were tremendous. And I think it's a testament to the work that's done. You mentioned about the good work with grants, Councillor DeRush, but this work is work that's been going on for years and years and years and years, and adds tremendous assets to the community for our future generations. Councillor Vadabonker spoke about our police services board, and he talked about the work we're doing with our new detachment boards. I just want to recognize Phil DeBruin. Phil DeBruin's a community volunteer who's been doing tremendous amount of work representing Midland, Penetanguishene, Tiny Township, Tate Township, and Georgian Bay Township on getting us organized and situated for the new detachment boards. And I know we've been privy to some of this information. He participates as a volunteer at our meetings as a member of public, but that works phenomenal. And I just extra kudos to him for his work. As well, my colleagues have mentioned about the Boards and Volunteers Appreciation Night, but again, huge kudos to our staff. You make that happen. So although we're appreciating our volunteers, thank you for making that happen. I think it was a stellar job. I appreciate the venue. I think it's tremendous. Along with Councillor Waters, we attended the National Day of Remembrance last week, which I think is an unfortunate thing that we have to participate in. 53 women were murdered this year, 5 children. I think we've got to pay solace to that and recognize this isn't acceptable. So lots of things have been going on in our community, and I want to thank council and everyone for the work you do, and we'll continue onwards. Okay, 2 meetings ago, I neglected to pass this to the CEO, and he called me on that, and then I had to buy him lunch. So I did buy him his lunch. I've made mention twice now I forgot. That was bad of me. Tonight's the third time I forgot, but tonight I won't forget. CEO Lees, over to you on update from the administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's rather fitting. I think I was going to touch on the Police Service Board and the new changes as it relates to the Community Safety and Policing Act amendments that are coming down the pipe, but 2 members of council have touched on that. I would just echo and reiterate that there's lots of work being done. Huge kudos to Phil DeBrun and a few other community volunteers in other North Simcoe communities, and lots happening between now and April 1st when that legislation is anticipated to come into force. The second piece that I wanted to really touch on is just, it's a little bit symbolic that I don't have a lot to update on this month, and perhaps that's an indication that over the last 12 months or last 11 months, there's lots that's been happening and a lot going on, and certainly kudos to staff and the resources that we have here at the municipality with support from council, and you'll see some of our great resources and great people that we have at this municipality in our next item. Certainly too many successes to list over the last 11 months to round out 2023, but suffice to say that it's been a successful year and onwards and upwards. So, Your Worship, that's really the update I wanted to provide. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Lees. Moving on, number 8 is a public meeting. We do not have one this evening. Number 9 is delegations. 9A is an employee recognition for years of service at the municipality. I believe we have a little video we'll be showing. Sarah, I'll turn it over to you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Lees, and I have the great honor and privilege of being the Chief Administrative Officer for the town of Penetanguishene. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge and congratulate our amazing municipal staff members who have reached milestone years of service within our organization. It is such an honor to have individuals committed to our goals and objectives for so many years. Through community input, council sets the strategic plan, and our employees collectively operationalize and see it through to the finish line. Through their continued service, they have demonstrated extraordinary work ethic, loyalty to our organization, and immense passion to serve our community. Their efforts have not only impacted our internal team, but have touched the lives of our residents, businesses, and visitors in countless ways. To those who have dedicated 5 years of hard work, I want to thank you for your commitment in helping us move forward in our mission. To those who have reached the 10-year mark, thank you for your loyalty, dedication, and perseverance. Your contributions have helped our organization consistently achieve its goals year after year. To staff members with 15 years of service, congratulations and thank you for setting an example through your enthusiasm and dedication. You have been instrumental in the success of our organization. To those of you who have been with us for 25 years, your service to our organization is truly remarkable and inspiring. Your commitment is second to none, and you have truly made a difference. Finally, to our staff members who have been with us for the last 30 years, you truly embody what it means to be a dedicated public servant. Your passion for this organization is truly an inspiration to us all. Thank you for your unwavering support and contribution to the community. On behalf of the team, mayor and council, and the community, I want to thank all of our amazing staff members for your commitment and dedication to the community. It is truly admirable. Each and every one of you contributes every day to the success of the organization. We are so proud to have such wonderful individuals on our team, and your service is truly appreciated. You have contributed greatly to our municipality's success, growth, and prosperity. Congratulations once again on reaching these impressive milestones.
Thank you, Sarah, for compiling that video. That's tremendous. Thank you to everyone that made a role in that. And like you mentioned throughout the video, Jeff, great work's done by many great people on a daily basis, and it's good that we're able to recognize years of service by these members. I know there's a future celebration, and I'm sure you'll be passed on the recognition, support, and appreciation by council. So thank you for that. Moving on, 9B is a presentation from the Severn Sound Environmental Association regarding a naturalization project update. And we'll have you come to the podium and you'll be the first presenter on our new fancy dancy AV system in council.
Bonsoir, good evening, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, members of council, staff, and audience. I'm pleased to be here tonight to update you on a habitat project. My name is Emma Maris, and I'm the Climate Resilience Habitat Intern for Severn Sound Environmental Association. Next slide, please. Briefly, in the late 1980s, the Severn Sound watershed was listed as an area of concern on the Great Lakes because of poor water quality. There was a significant effort and financial input at the federal, provincial, and local levels to improve water quality and restore a healthy ecosystem. SSEA is your joint municipal service board along with 7 other municipalities. We are a shared resource, the environmental arm of the municipal partners. Next slide, please. I'm here tonight to present on a specific project, improving habitat in the Severn Sound watershed. Natural areas provide a variety of ecosystem services, social and economic benefits, some of which are listed here. They help clean the air, they help manage stormwater and capture pollutant runoff. They provide habitat, including for insects that pollinate plants that are food sources. And green spaces provide recreational opportunities for people, such as nature watching, and have positive impacts on our happiness and mental health. Next slide, please. SSEA sought special external funding for the Habitat project, and the town of Penetanguishene provided a letter of support in 2022 for our application. SSEA was successful in receiving 1 year of funding from the Provincial Great Lakes Local Action Fund. We were very pleased to be focusing on creating and enhancing habitat in 2 of our member municipalities, Penetanguishene and Midland. There was no cash contribution towards the project from the town, but the municipalities did provide in-kind support, for example, staff time. We thank town staff and council members for your support of the project. SSEA was lead organization on the project, and funding allowed us to hire a person to coordinate the initiatives, as well as supported purchases of materials and supplies, such as native plants, seed, and mulch. I will now talk more project-specific result, focusing on the Penetanguishene portion of the project. Next slide, please. SSEA worked closely with town staff to discuss potential naturalization and enhancement sites. The town had final say on the sites. SSEA came up with a naturalization plan and provided it to town for input and approval. Town staff, particularly Sherry Desjardins and Roy Petnode, and park staff were great to work with and were very helpful throughout the duration of the project. The initiative also included communications such as social media posts, media coverage, educational materials, and conversations with the public while attending community events or working on naturalization activities. The first Penetanguishene site is Tedier Park, where a total of 4,490 square meters was naturalized. The naturalization activities included a NOMO area and a tree and shrub planting area, which a total of 200 trees of 4 different species were planted and 91 shrubs of 3 different species were planted. Mulch mats were installed around all trees and shrub as seen in the bottom left picture. And the mats that were installed help suppress weeds and retain moisture and will eventually decompose. Next slide, please. This site also included a wildflower planting area in which 180 wildflowers of 22 different species were planted, and 3.5 kilograms of native wildflowers and grass seed were spread both within the NOMO area. Loose mulch was placed around all wildflowers to retain moisture and suppress weeds. SSEA staff had the help of 115 volunteers during the tree and shrub planting and invasive species management. The wildflowers and the seeds that were planted and spread here will not only create habitat for pollinators and wildlife, but will also bring some color and diversity to the NOMO area of the park and will be visible for park and Trans-Canada Trail users to enjoy. Next slide, please. SSEA had the help from 4 classes from École Saint-Joseph, ranging from 3rd to 6th grade. The students helped with tree and shrub planting as well as managing invasive species. A total of 107 kilograms of invasive species were managed and removed. Some of these species included garlic mustard, lesser periwinkle, glossy buckthorn, and Manitoba maple. The removing of invasive species helps slow their aggressive spread that can often choke out our native species and negatively impact ecosystems. Next slide, please. JT Payette Memorial Park, the second site, had a total of 14,280 square meters of naturalized land, including a no-mow area, shrub and wildflower planting area, and a seeding area. There was a total of 121 shrubs of 3 different species that were planted at this site. We had a total of 47 volunteers help plant wildflowers, including a homeschooling group and the BGC North Simcoe Summer Camp. Next slide, please. Our volunteers from both groups helped us plant a total of 230 native wildflowers of 21 different species. 19 kilograms of native wildflowers and grass seed were spread throughout the no-mow area. Next slide, please. Tonight's presentation was an overview of the Habitat Project with main results for the Penetanguishene sites. SSCA is putting the final touches on a more detailed summary of the project, including species list and long-term management recommendations for each of the sites. We hope that when it's ready, you can share it to show it off what we've accomplished together. SSCA expects to be supporting the town with these sites in the future, such as with ongoing invasive species management. In conclusion, the total naturalized area in Penetanguishene for the Improving Habitat and Severn Sound Watershed Project is 18,770 square meters. 162 volunteers participated, contributing 70.5 volunteer hours. This project ties into some of the work the town is already undertaking, such as Bee City initiatives, and is also supporting the Climate Action Plan by reducing greenhouse gas emissions by implementing no-mow areas. These sites will act as demonstration sites that will educate and empower the community to take action, which will help improve biological diversity, all while supporting wildlife and pollinator habitat. These sites and the communication and educational information from this project have spread knowledge and help inform the community on how they can implement these types of naturalization activities on a smaller scale at their homes and on their properties. Next slide, please. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on this project.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Emma. Do any members of council have any comments or questions for presenter? Seeing none, I have one question and one comment. My one question is regarding the naturalization of our parks. The question is, should we be doing an annual mow? I was talking to a farmer recently that talks about their crops and the importance of doing an annual mowing to regenerate crop and future generations. So I'm just wondering what the best practice is from that. And my comment is, on behalf of our municipality, I want to extend some apologies. I know during the planting process, there was some unfavorable behavior by members of our public, using some profanities, uprooting some plantings. This is positive work, and that's not the behavior that was expressed or appreciated to you. So our apologies for that, but thank you for the work that you've been doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your question. In our long-term management recommendations, we do recommend some mowing. Depending on the site, we'll recommend after 3 years of growth to do a complete mowing just to help revitalize the plants that have, I guess, gone dormant, and that'll help bring up the seed. Because we did a seeding at both of our Penetanguishene sites, it'll take a longer time for the seeds to come to a plant, so that's why we're recommending 3 years.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening, and thank you for participating tonight. Moving on to 9C is a delegation from Joe Netherly regarding a draft bylaw 2023-74 private tree bylaw. My understanding is the presentation is a virtual presentation tonight. Sarah Stacy.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's my understanding that the delegation is not online, on virtual. The information regarding the Zoom details were provided and the delegation was confirmed, but unfortunately the member's not there. So I'd recommend proceeding with the meeting.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Moving on to number 10 is our adoption minutes not already confirmed. 10A, we have a motion that the following minutes of the council meetings be confirmed and adopted as circulated for council November the 8th, 2023. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Marshall, seconder. Deputy Mayor LaRose. Comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 11 is our consent agenda. We do not have any matters for consent this evening. Moving on to matters for consideration. 12A is a verbal update from the mayor regarding the library services for Tiny Township. I'll just let the record note earlier in the evening, Councillor DeRush did declare a conflict of interest. She won't be participating in this conversation at this point. I've had many members in the community ask us about the current state of affairs and what's been happening with our library. I've prepared a bit of a statement just to give everyone a kind of an understanding of what's occurred for the past year, and then we'll open up to council for any comments or questions or follow-up from there. So again, good evening, members of the public, council, colleagues, and community members. Tonight, I'm here to address current events and circumstances that have contributed to memberships for the Penetanguishene Public Library. The intent of this update is not to stall or negatively affect progress, but rather to provide an update from the town of Penetanguishene. Unfortunately, community members from our town or a neighboring municipality who may be identified or isolated and removed from membership to have access to the excellent services and support available at our public library. We have shared in a meaningful and collaborative relationship with our neighbors for years to provide seamless access to library services to our residents and those visiting from afar, and to our neighbors who do not have a library that have made a conscious decision not to have a library. Through these collaborative relationships, the library has been a meeting place, an educational center, and one that provides community, social, housing, and educational support. This term of council is not unlike any other term of council. This council appointed public members to represent their interests in our Penetanguishene Public Library. During the open call for committee membership within several of our boards and committees, a couple members of Tiny Township applied to be a member of our board, to be a representative of Tiny Township. After vetting the nominees, a member was presented to this council, which was adopted and appointed as a member of the Penetanguishene Public Library. Shortly after that, Tiny Township contacted our municipality requesting that their appointee was not identified or known to us and that they should be appointed on Tiny's behalf. I want to make the record straight that nowhere in the contract, which expired on November the 30th, 2023, has a direct appointment to the Penetanguishene Public Library Board. We have provided representation and the appointed member is still on that board today, even though the contract has expired. When we identified that Tiny Township made an appointment request, and upon review of our procedure bylaw, I communicated with Tiny Township's mayor that we'd be working to update our procedure bylaw to make a direct path to appointment from Tiny Township Council to our council, which was never in our procedural bylaw before now. This council took the steps to update our procedural bylaw and provide that appointment process. Unfortunately, some misinformation and non-truths have been communicated, and unfortunately, the media has shared only one side of the story. From the onset, we have committed to continue providing library services to Tiny Township. We committed that the member appointed from Tiny Township would remain a board member. We committed to updating our procedure bylaw. We have done all the above. Tiny Township was invoiced for services per our two municipalities agreement. Tiny Township did pay their invoice twice. Shortly after they made the payment for their quarterly invoice, they recognized that was made in error, and they reached out to our municipality stating that they did not mean to pay it and asked for a refund of the invoice made for the services that we provided to their community. The payment was not returned as the services were delivered. Tiny Township has since been invoiced in the town of Penetanguishene for interest charges for these bill payments they have made for services received on their behalf. They continue to invoice our municipality in excess of $1,500 in interest charges for payments for services in which they feel they should be refunded for. This past August, Deputy Mayor LaRose, CEO Lees, and I met with the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the CEO of Tiny Township at the AMO conference in London, Ontario. The meeting's purpose was to discuss, review, and move forward with our relationship with the library service, including the appointment and the upcoming expiry of the agreement, to come up with the terms that would meet the needs of our communities and residents. The deputy mayor, the CEO, and I discussed options and considerations for the path forward at great length to ensure that the services remained intact for Tiny Township at this meeting. Mayor Evans stopped within the first few minutes of the meeting to discuss the library and the path forward. He said he would save us some time and that this was not directly related to our municipality. Still, it was a decision that he and his council have made for the best interests of Tiny Township as a whole, and that they will not be renewing the library agreement at the end of this term on November 30th, 2023. They further stated that they needed to concentrate their funding to pay themselves first and build the assets for their community in their community. He also identified that they would not be renewing and paying for continued arena services that has historically been in place. We asked the Tiny delegation what would happen to the residents and access to the services after November 30th. At this meeting, Mayor Evans identified that they did not quite know yet, but they're working on a plan. We have tried several times from this meeting to find a meaningful way forward. Still, the conversation has remained from our neighbors that it's solely about the appointment process, where, in turn, they have canceled relationships and agreements for access to services within our municipality, including the arena and the library, as well as Midland and Springwater. This is not solely about the appointment. We have taken every step we identified and stated we would do. I want to give a tremendous amount of kudos and respect to the Penetanguishene Public Library, including one of the Tiny Township members that's on the board. They have faced the challenge of decreasing revenues while trying to ensure that they can provide access to services for everyone. They've had to adjust while meeting the needs of our residents. Their work is appreciated, and on behalf of this council, I want to thank them for all their work through this trying time. As a municipality and a council, we owe it to our residents to provide access to these critical services, like the library, cost effectively. And I believe for too long we have subsidized these services by our taxpayers to provide services to residents of neighboring municipalities. Through dialogue and collaboration, the goal is that we could have worked this out from council to council and CEO to CEO. Unfortunately, it's being debated in the public domain, including social media and news agencies. Most recently, correspondence has been received from Tiny Township and has included copies to our local MPP, Jill Dunlop. Our goal remains that we are committed to a path forward for the end user and the resident of these services. 2 weeks ago, the CEO of our library, a member of our board, and our CEO met with Tiny Township to find a path forward, and there were great feelings that we may be able to bridge this gap. Shortly after this meeting, in response to a letter from the library board, we received another letter from the mayor of Tiny Township restating that they will not be paying the past invoices and that the road to moving forward continues to be difficult for us. In closing, I want to identify that I believe that our staff and council have proceeded in a thoughtful and meaningful manner that respects Penetanguishene taxpayers and the need for our neighbors to access the services we provide. We continue to have an open door to encourage dialogue and have provided many options. Still, it becomes increasingly more work when we have met every aspect of the agreement between our municipalities, and Tiny Township fails to pay for the services they have received. We will commit to retaining the Tiny Township resident on the board for this term. Thank you. Council, we've seen many of these letters come back and forth through the year. It's open to you for comments or questions. Seeing none, we'll move on. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to thank you for the synopsis of what's been taking place. It has been a long time. There's two of us council members that do sit on the library board, Councillor Waters and myself. And I just want to say I commend the board in its position to take the high road. Even in June, when we found out that we were not getting paid, the library decided that because it was a contract, we would take the high road and we would fulfill it to every letter of the contract that's in there, even though to this point, we're still missing the approximate $30,000. So I just wanted to say kudos to our library board for taking it personal. They really do. They wanted to make sure that the residents got their full 4 years of their contract in. So I'm just glad with that. Hopefully it can move forward in the future, and you know, we did our best right up till the end date.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other comments or questions by members of council? Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. I do appreciate the summary and the synopsis, and I do appreciate all the work that the library board has put forward and had to make some very difficult decisions. So just recently, we had another presentation from the library to approve budget, but sadly, we are closing our library doors on Wednesday and Saturday to meet this need that was incurred because we're not getting funding from another municipality. So what really disappoints me at the end of the day is we're not providing services to our citizens and to those who reside in Penetanguishene and rely on our library on Wednesdays and Saturdays when we've decided to close our doors. So this has a direct impact to those that we serve. And I feel that it's really important, again, to vocalize that we need to continue to support our local library. The presentation provided, it's more than just books. It's free internet services for our youth and our seniors and those who are more vulnerable in our community that need somewhere to also could be a safe haven for a child in this community that maybe is not safe in their own home. So I think we overlook the fact that, you know, it's great work done by the board, but disappointing that we have to close our library 2 days. And I'm really hoping that we can look at a way to find some resolution. And it's disappointing that we have a municipality that we've honored our contract. They've used the facility and the residents of Tiny Township have been able to use it, but we haven't received those funds for it. So I just think that's really important to highlight that the library is vital to our community. We talk about when we lose a school, how devastating it is to lose that in our community. I would really be disappointed and really heartbroken if any other reduction in hours and services happens within our library.
Thank you so much for those comments, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Vadabunker, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Your Worship. I did, and thank you for that synopsis. I'm really disappointed that it's got to this point. You know, through all the efforts, excuse me, through all the efforts over the last many months of yourself and the deputy mayor and members of the library board to try to resolve this issue. I know it's not for lack of effort from the town of Penetanguishene and its representatives. It's just really disappointing because it, as Councillor Marchand said, in the end, it impacts the users, whether the users are from Penetanguishene or from Tiny Township. It impacts them. And, you know, I was pleased to see that some of the Tiny Township library users have now taken interest in this and have started to voice their opinions with respect to what's going on and starting to put pressure where pressure needs to be put on in terms of resolving this. So I commend those involved to try to resolve this. And I hope that through the continued efforts of not only members of the public that live in Tiny Township that use our library, but our efforts that we can see a solution sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Vadabunker. Any other members, any comments? Okay, again, let the record show Councillor Drush has declared a conflict. No comment has been made. I just want to also extend some thanks to you, CEO Lees, you and your team. I know yourself and the treasurer, along with the CEO of the library, have done a lot of work behind the scenes, trying to bridge the gap and make this work for, at the end of the day, to maintain service levels and serve the broader community. I know there's been a lot of dialogue that's happened, more than myself and the deputy mayor may have been privy to, but thank you for your work. And I know it's an ongoing work. So I know it's been challenging, but thank you for all you do. Okay, moving on. Our next item then is C, is a resolution from Town of Parry Sound. So this came forward, council, at the last committee of the whole. We brought that forward for tonight. So I have got a motion that the council support the resolution from the Town of Parry Sound relating to the request to allow automated enforcement systems on all roadways, and that a letter in support of the resolution be sent to the Ministry of Transportation, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and MPP Jill Dunlop. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Marchand, seconder, Councillor Vadabunker. Comments or questions, council? Madam Clerk, sounds like you may. Okay, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. I miss B. I'm going back there. I was getting a little excited. Thanks, Madam Clerk. Moving on to B, policing costs at the Central North Correctional Center, an update and strategy. So we have a report before us. Before we read this motion and do it, we'll just give council an opportunity to have some dialogue and discuss this item. COEs, I'm just going to look at it quickly. It's a very detailed report, and I want to thank you for the report. It's well done. For a background, it's been some time that this municipality has been working on cost recovery for policing costs at the super jail. There's a lot of work, and if we look at the attachments and the reference material inside this report, there's literally a week's worth of reading for the work that's been done on this. So thank you for the work that's been done here. The point of this report here tonight, council, is to provide some opportunity for what's our next steps and direction that this council would like to take to look at the recovery of costs as we move forward. So there's a lot of background again and information within this report. So I'll just look if council has any comments or questions, feedback you'd like from our CO or that you want to like to bring forward on this, and then we'll bring the motion and we'll vote on that as it is. Council, comments, questions? Councillor Vetter-Bunker.
Thank you, Your Worship. This issue of recovery of policing costs is of high interest to members of our community. It's something that I get asked about on a regular basis, and I was happy to see this report. I want to commend Councillor LaRue and his role as mayor for all his efforts in the past term of council to address this on behalf of the municipality, and yourself, Your Worship, in terms of the efforts that you've made. I think we need to continue to make these efforts, and we need to communicate as best we can to the public on all the efforts that council is making on their behalf to recover these costs. They're not insignificant. It is acknowledged that they are declining as a result of the CNCC triaging their issues that occur at the facility, but still they are costs that are incurred by the municipality. So I want to again commend and encourage continued discussion and dialogue with the province, who is ultimately responsible for paying or should be ultimately responsible for paying these policing costs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Vetter-Bunker. Any other members, comments, questions on this? Okay, again, thank you, CO Lees, for this fulsome report and all the detail. Appreciate all the work you do on this and your staff. CO Lees, is there any more information you'd like to share on this that's not already addressed in the copious amount of information you've provided?
Thank you, Your Worship. There's no additional information that I'd like to provide aside from what's in the report.
Thank you so much. All right, Council, we have a motion that the Council supports a strategy outlined in the report CEO-2023-08 to continue lobbying the provincial government for fairness on the policing cost issue at Central North Correctional Center. I'll look for a mover. Councillor Marchand, seconder. Deputy Mayor LaRose. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. And again, Madam Clerk, my apologies for taking a detour there. So looking at me going, what are you doing? 13's presentation, consideration of the reports from Committee of the Whole from November the 8th, 2023. I'm going to start off with a Recreation Community Services section. I'm going to turn it to you for your report, Councillor Waters.
Thank you. Last month, the Recreation Community Service section had two matters under consideration. The committee received Community Wellbeing Committee minutes from August 17th to 2023 and the Tourist Information Center 2023 summary, number for RCS-2023-25. And the result was that the committee supported the staff's recommendation to have staff explore the committee supported the staff recommendation to have the staff explore excuse me, using development charges to pay for the growth related capital costs associated with the new multi-use recreation center. And they established an estimated opening timeline of 10 years and directed staff to start soliciting proposals for partnerships with the new multi-use recreation center in 2024.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. We have a motion that the recommendations contained within the committee of the whole report related to Recreation Community Services section be approved. It's moved by Councillor Waters, seconder. Councillor Marchand, further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. I'm going to turn it to Councillor Vadabonker for your committee of the whole report for Planning and Development Services section.
Thank you, Your Worship. At the November 8th Planning and Community Development Services section, committee dealt with 4 consent items, including the monthly municipal bylaw activity report. Committee also considered 2 reports, and committee is recommending approval of the report dealing with the building permit fee review. And committee is also recommending that council approve the tree protection bylaw and tree compensation reserve policy. There was one new referral item that was brought forward by His Worship, and it's a request that staff bring forward a report regarding the provision of improved notice relating to development applications, which with options for improvement and looking at best practices. Thank you, Worship. That concludes the highlights.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabonker. We have a motion that the recommendations contained within the committee of the whole report relating to Planning and Development Services section be approved. It's moved by Councillor Vadabonker, a seconder. Deputy Mayor LaRose. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. I'm going to turn to Councillor Marchand for the Transportation Environmental Services section report.
Thank you, Your Worship. For Transportation and Environmental Services section, we had 2 consent agenda items, the Midland Penetanguishene Transit Committee minutes from the June meeting, and also the Midland Penetanguishene Transit Ridership Report for Q3. We had 1 matter for consideration, and that was the 5-year preventative road maintenance plan, which was approved. That was everything for us.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marchand. We have a motion that the recommendations contained within the committee of the whole report relating to Transportation Environmental Services section be approved. Is moved by Councillor Marchand, seconder. Councillor Waters, further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. And Councillor Drush for the Finance and Corporate Services section report.
Thank you very much. The Finance and Corporate Services had 3 consent agenda items: the 2023 scholarship program, the 2024 development charge and annual indexing, and the Police Services Board June 5th and June 26th meeting minutes. 2 matters were raised for consideration. The first was a bylaw to provide for a 2024 interim property tax levy. It was recommended that staff proceed with this tax levy and that a bylaw be brought forward for council approval. The second item was a bylaw to authorize the temporary borrowing of funds to meet current expenditures until 2024 taxes are collected. It was recommended that the mayor and the treasurer be authorized to borrow funds in case of the need. And that a bylaw be brought forward. An item was added to our referral list, the policing gap between the town and the province. And the non-resident fee review report was also moved up to Q1 2024. On behalf of this section, I ask that council approve the recommendations as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drush. We have a motion that the recommendations contained within the committee of the whole report related to Finance and Corporate Services section be approved. It's moved by Councillor Drush. I'm looking for a seconder. Deputy Mayor LaRose, further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. I should have started at the beginning. So a night like tonight, we start with council, and then after council, we move to committee of the whole. So last month, after our council meeting, we were in committee of the whole. We would hear a bunch of motions. That's what my colleagues just mentioned. It then comes forward the following meeting, and that's when it would be ratified by council. So what we discussed last month comes back this month, gives council another month to re-look at the issues where an item could be pulled out and then debated in separate. All the motions that were brought forward were adopted as presented. So just for your understanding what we just did, that's what that was. Moving on to number 14 is presentation and consideration reports regarding special committees. 14A, Special Committee of the Whole report for November the 15th, 2023 and December the 6th, 2003. And we got a motion that the recommendations contained within the special committee of the whole report stated November 15, 2023, December 6, 2023, related to finance and corporate services section be approved. I'm going to look for a mover. Councillor DeRush. I'm going to look for a seconder. Councillor Marshall. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Councillor DeRush, I believe you have some comments.
I do. Thank you very much. As Chair of Finance and Corporate Services, and on behalf of Deputy Mayor LaRose as Vice Chair, I would like to thank Council for approving the town's 2024 operating and capital budgets totaling $24.4 million and the 2025 capital budget of $3 million for a total of $27.4 million. Our goal was to develop a budget that maintained and enhanced the service levels that our residents enjoy, focus on key areas that the public identified as priorities, such as roads, policing, and fire services, and keeping the tax rate increase at a reasonable level. This was done through input from the public, council, and management through the town's online budget survey, 2 public consultations, and 2 special committee of the whole budget meetings. Capital investment in 2024 and 2025 totals $12.4 million from all funding sources. Notable capital projects being completed include road maintenance, portion of Keefe, Church, Main, Levi Simon, Brock, Murray, Mercer, and Champlain, sidewalk maintenance, portions of Robert Street West, fire emergency vehicle replacements, Navy Lane drainage improvements, intersection engineering and design at Dufferin, Burke, and Robert Street East, expansion of Roads Division Garage, design for Robert Street Westwell upgrade, intersection upgrades at Fuller Avenue and Robert Street East, trail improvements at Payette Trail and TransCanada Trail near Overhead Bridge. Council has approved a $15 million total operating budget that maintains service levels and provides service level enhancements in key areas identified through our service delivery review and Council's community strategic plan. Upgrading online services and communications will continue in 2024 with the launch of an online portal to access utility and property tax accounts. An online communications platform is also expected to be launched next year. Included in the total operating budget is policing costs of $2 million and $4.5 million for the water, wastewater, and building department rate-supported operating divisions. The 2024 budget results in a total increase of 4% on the municipal portion of the tax bill. The overall tax bill impact is estimated to be 3.5% or $53.75 per 100,000 of typical residential assessment for municipal, county, and provincial property taxes. As everyone faces rising costs in this economy, the town has been impacted by inflation and escalating construction and operating costs. The town's budget development is a difficult balancing act to be able to provide critical infrastructure and quality services to our residents while keeping the financial impact on residents top of mind. Historically, the town has been able to maintain an average 2.2% tax rate increase over the past 10 years. I'm pleased with our annual budget process this year, and in closing, I would like to thank council and staff, Carrie Robillard, Director of Finance, our Treasurer, our Finance Director/Treasurer, Jeff Lees, Chief Administrative Officer, and all the management team for the significant time and effort that was spent in the preparations, discussions, and finalizing our 2024 budget. I look forward to another year of great accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRush. And I'll just echo your comments. Thanks to everyone for their work. I know when we're at the county, we're an early adopter of this process, and I think our process is getting finer and finer every time. So good work on everyone's behalf. Moving on to 15 is notices of motion, which has previously been given. We do not have any this evening. 16 is notices of motion. Do any members of council have a notice of motion? Seeing none, moving on to 17 is considerations of bylaws. Before I read them, do any members have any comments or questions regarding the bylaws before us this evening? Councillor Vadabonker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Proposed bylaw 2023-74, being a bylaw to prohibit or regulate the injuring or destruction of trees within the town of Penetanguishene. If we could pull that bylaw out and vote on it separately, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabunker. Just for clarity, when you want to pull it out and vote on separately, what are you looking? Are you looking for an amendment? What are you looking? What's the separate vote?
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I should have been clearer on that. So there was a gentleman who was scheduled to make a presentation this evening on a letter that he had submitted to the municipality, suggesting some improvements to the tree cutting and tree injuring bylaw. We discussed those suggestions at our section meeting earlier this week, and they're quite valid and I think would improve the bylaw. And we agreed at our section that those suggestions would improve our bylaw. So my intent of pulling it and having it considered separately would be to refer it back to staff so that they could consider the suggestions made by Mr. Nethery and bring it back at our council meeting in January. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabunker. So I'm hearing 2023-74. We're going to defer that back, staff. That's your motion. We'll deal with that one now, and then we'll look at the remaining. Do any of the members have any other bylaws you want to pull out for separate discussion? Seeing none. So 2023-74 bylaw. Are you going to move that to defer that, Councillor Vadabunker? We'll look for a seconder to defer that. Deputy Mayor LaRose. Okay, so the motion's on the floor to defer bylaw 2023-74. We have a mover and a seconder. Further comments? Okay, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Okay, so the remaining bylaws will read as a group, seeing that there's no further discussion. Okay, that the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene introduce the following bylaws: 2023-73, being a bylaw to regulate construction, demolition, and change the use of permits for building structures and all other related services within the Town of Penetanguishene, and to repeal bylaw 2012-35 as amended. Bylaw 2023-75, being a bylaw to authorize the temporary borrowing of funds to meet current expenditures until 2024 taxes are collected. Bylaw 2023-76, being a bylaw to provide for a 2024 interim tax levy for the payment of taxes and to provide for penalty and interest of 15% per annum, 1.25% per month. Bylaw 2023-77, being a bylaw to appoint a community emergency management coordinator. That the council, I read that line, and that the bylaws be read a first time, deemed to read a second time, a third time, and carried. We'll look for a mover. Councillor Marshall, seconder. Councillor Duresh, further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. This term, we've been providing a County of Simcoe update. The mayor and deputy mayor sit on county council. And traditionally now the deputy mayor provides members of the public updates regarding the County of Simcoe update. So deputy mayor, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. The most exciting one that was up for us, you already alluded to tonight, just to be nice. So that is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week staffed ambulance right behind where I'm sitting. So that is very nice for our residents to have that. One of the other things we did at County Council last time was we're embarking on a transportation master plan. It's going to look into interconnecting various municipalities with each other and as well as special places such as Georgian College and the RBH, the likes of that. So later on in 2024, we will be asking council for its input on what we think can make that work better. The final thing I wanted to talk about was we finalized our budget at the county, which was good news. We came in with a 1.7% operating and a 2% capital for a total of 3.7%. We had a very long day and we had it pared down to a total of $774 million. So big numbers to work with, but between the 32 of us, we got through it, and that's where we are at. So that is our update for this month.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. Do any members of council have any announcements or inquiries? See Elise, any announcements or inquiries from you or any member of team? Okay. I'll I'll just say on behalf of myself and our council, I hope everyone has a tremendous holiday season. I know everyone's not blessed to have everything that we all take for granted at times. Hopefully we can think of them and make donations where we can to our Salvation Armies and all the other charities that help and provide support to those that you can. But we wish everyone nothing but health and success and happiness over the holidays. This is this council's second budget, first one that we've started and finished. So thanks to council. I think we did a great job with staff's work. So great job. And thank you for your confidence and trust in our ability. We just completed 1 year together. And it's been a great year. So thank you, council. We're going to move on. Number 20 is our confirmation bylaw. We have a motion that the confirmation bylaw 2023-78 be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk. I'll look for mover. Councillor Marchand, second by Councillor Vadabonker. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. I have a motion to adjourn at 8:15. It's moved by the deputy mayor, seconded by Councillor Marshall. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. We'll recess for 5 minutes, bio break, and we'll be right back for committee of the whole. Thank you. All right, welcome everyone to our Committee of the Whole meeting for Wednesday, December the 13th, 2023, and call our meeting to order at 8:22 p.m. Number 2 is our approval of the agenda. It's recommended that the Committee of the Whole agenda for December 13th, 2023 be approved as presented. Mover, Deputy Mayor LaRose. Seconder, Councillor Marchand. Comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 3 is declaration of pecuniary interest. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest? If you see yourself in that at that time, just let us know. Moving on to number 4, presentations and delegations. We have 2 this evening. 4A is a presentation from Greenland International Consulting Limited and Popovich and Associates regarding engineering standards and site plan update. Riveting. We'll have you to the podium.
So my name is Brad Parker from Greenland Consulting. I'm an engineer and the project manager for this project. We worked in partnership with Popovich and Associates. Stephen's not here tonight. Being a high-level brief presentation, didn't want to get too in-depth. So I'll just provide a high level, not get into the weeds too much with our engineering standards. So if we can roll to the next slide, please. So basically, why update the standards? First of all, the current engineering standards are a little outdated. I believe they're 2009 was the release date. And while they've been updated here and there since then, I think it was time for an overhaul, and the town did as well. To update the standards is to remain consistent with the new change in regulatory standards. 2 examples here, we have the building code and the Ontario regulations. Just given an example, building code, from time to time, they'll update their standards. Water main, water services, they recently updated to 25 millimeter water service on the private side, and all town standards were 19. So just a quick example, town should update their standards to a 25, just so everyone's on the same page. Ontario regulations, excess soils is a big regulation coming forward, putting a lot of excess costs from what we're seeing on the municipalities. So to include that in the standards is helpful. Provide some guidance to staff and developers on what to expect from the municipality side when navigating the OREG. Importantly, to provide staff with the ability to refer to up-to-date documents. It gives the staff confidence when they're dealing with engineers, developers, site plan applicants, to refer to their engineering standards, and they know what to expect. Many times and we're guilty of this as well, when comments go back and forth between the application process and town staff ask for something, the first question that comes back is it in your standards? If it's not, there's going to be push and pull. Maybe they won't do it. Maybe it costs them money. But now with an updated document, the town can say, yes, it is in our standards. Please go ahead and do it. Next item helps achieve municipal target goals. To increase the level of service with regard to construction of sanitary systems, reduces infiltration into the systems, you get water in the sanitary system, and it reduces the capacity of the sewers and adds load onto your treatment control plant, and ultimately costing the town more money treating rainwater or anything that doesn't need to be in there. So you increase your treatment capacity. A lot of municipalities have been realizing additional water treatment or wastewater treatment, capacity, just by reducing groundwater, rainwater that gets into their storm sewers. And the best place to start is right when it's put into the ground with solid standards that helps. And then ultimately it reduces operating costs for the town, not having to constantly fix issues. Again, back to the wastewater treatment plant, not having to treat groundwater seeping into the sewers. And then lastly, just remaining current with the changing construction industry technology advancements. There's new technologies mostly related to stormwater, a little bit with sanitary and water, but just keeping up with those as they come out. And again, it all circles back to generally better construction, and that starts with the standards. Next slide. So just a high-level overview of what was or what is in the standards. The standards start off with procedural sections, submission requirements, what developers, engineers are expected to submit to the municipality, copies, reports, anything like that. References to the bylaws. We mentioned, or you guys mentioned the tree cutting bylaw in there, so that's referenced in the standards, noise bylaws, anything that would relate to construction and or development. And then reference to technical documents as well. So with that, conservation authority documents for LID, best practices, general construction items like that, Ministry of Environment documents, as far as sanitary, water, and storm that are generally followed for design. And then we move on to the technical standards, sanitary sewer system. I'll just provide a couple examples for each as we move down that were included. Circling back to the infiltration within the sanitary system, adding rubber boots to the pipe where the joint meets the manhole helps reduce infiltration. Anywhere where manholes are placed in or near groundwater, they can be lined with a impermeable liner, again, preventing groundwater from getting in the system. Storm sewer, similar to sanitary, just generally updating the standards with respect to the linear infrastructure on that one. Water main system, the town has a water department, has a good handle on what they like to see, so we updated the standards with all their preferred materials, design criteria, and anything like that. Stormwater management, this one is quite important. So with relation to climate change, we've increased the town's stormwater management requirements upwards of 15% to account for higher storms, return frequencies and whatnot. So stormwater management, and this follows what most municipalities are also doing, are slightly larger just to account for the higher magnitude events that we are receiving. Traffic and utilities, traffic calming is encouraged. Utilities, they generally take care of themselves, but there's just references with regard to consultations and designs for that one. And then drawing updates as far as the town standard drawings, service layouts, municipal right-of-ways, the arterial road, everything there was just generally brought up to date a little bit, but not crazy in terms of changes on that front. Next slide, please, Sarah. So in relation to the engineering standard document, there's a separate site plan document that was made, and this part was done by our partner Popovich and Associates. This site plan document will help the planning side out from a site plan process, and it is a lot more procedural in nature, a little bit less technical in terms of application consultations. It gives expectations for when developers bring forward applications early on in the process, what they're expected to do, pre-consultations, draft plan submissions, items like that, moving into the submission requirements. As far as the technical side of the site plan document, the design guidelines and requirements are listed. The types of, again, similar to the engineering standards, slightly different types of reports and submissions. The site plan itself, servicing grading plans, architectural and landscape plans are some of the mainstays among some others within the site plan document. So again, it's just an updated document that allows staff to have confidence to refer back to, and really helps with the application process. So that's our high-level overview. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to maybe answer it.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Do any members of council have any comments or questions? Councillor Vadebunker.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for the presentation. I understand the rationale for why the standards were updated, and I appreciate the new site plan guidelines that were developed. My eye turned to the tree preservation section, and I was quite excited to see it in the table of contents. And then I moved to section, 1.4, and it made reference to another section in the guidelines. And what I was looking for was basically a statement that care and attention will be paid up front by engineers with respect to tree preservation, in that there will be an inventory done. I live in a neighborhood called Belil Heights that, a serious effort was made to preserve some of the mature red oaks and maples and whatnot. And that neighborhood today is known because it has these large trees, and the road pattern, road network was done. What we see today in a lot of circumstances is just clear cutting. Everything's clear cut, and Phil's brought in to manage the grades and put the services in, and mature trees are not retained, or if noteworthy trees. And I'm quite concerned about that method of land development, as opposed to going in, identifying trees, designing around trees so that, there's some preservation of those trees when the houses go in and the road network goes in. So I'm just wondering if you could comment a little bit, because there isn't a statement in there. It just says under 1.4, and I think I'll try to find it and read it, what it says. And I know it's into the weeds, but I think it's important. There's no statement, and it just says refer to section 13, and then there is the tree preservation bylaw, and there's community standards, and there's one other thing. So was that discussed at all, or was it reviewed at all during the preparation of these engineering standards or the update?
Yes, it was. Thank you for that comment. So we came up with our tree preservation items, and simultaneously the town had a separate consultant come up with the tree preservation bylaw. And in order to be, I guess, concise and not conflict each other, it was decided that we would refer in the engineering standards to the tree preservation bylaw, which had all the background and stuff done a little bit more in depth rather than the engineering standards. It can just be a little bit, like I said, I guess more in depth. So that was the decision made on that front.
Thank you, Worship. Supplementary. So just with respect to that, I think it's important as part of the process that developers, as you indicated, know up front and have a document to refer to what the requirements are going to be. Yep. And, having them, where appropriate, do the tree inventory and with an arborist and all of that should be a requirement. And I'm not sure what the final document might be, but we talked about it at section, try to make it easier for a developer having everything in one document, as opposed to having to go find another document over here to kind of marry the two.
Yep.
So if that's something that could be considered about adding, and then the comment about making it known up front what the developer is required to do, similar to your other requirements in the design standards.
Sure. During the pre-consultation process, whether it's site plan or draft plan application, that is usually decided at that time whether a tree preservation plan is required. Generally, it is environmental impact studies, items like that, and that's where the tree preservation items would come in. And those are done before the town generally accepts the draft plan or the site plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other members have comments or questions? Deputy Mayor.
Just one quick question, Your Worship, through to Brian. Brian, I'm sure you've reviewed this and looked after it and walked it through. Are we comfortable with this?
Through you to Councillor LaRose, yes, we had a fairly extensive review process with not only myself, our manager of capital projects, our chief water operator as well. So there was fairly extensive review, and we're quite happy with it.
Any other members, comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation tonight. Moving on to 4B is a presentation from BMA Management Consulting Incorporated regarding our business process review project planning, building, bylaw, and facilities management. Coming to us virtually.
Just give a moment to get them settled here.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, members of council. We prepared a detailed report, and what I'd like to do this evening is just review some of the highlights of that report and go through some of the recommendations. So if we go, the scope of the review, if we go to the next slide, entails the 4 services that you mentioned, Your Worship: building code services, bylaw enforcement services, planning services, and facilities management. And as I say, I'll just go through quickly some of the highlights and recommendations of each of those services that we did review. In terms of the methodology, which is the next slide, we've taken a multifaceted approach in our review of these services, and it entailed consultation with managers, staff, members of council. We've had some industry feedback with regard to the planning and building operations. So I want to first of all thank everybody for their participation, especially the staff and members of council. There was some very good constructive feedback that was provided to us, which was helpful in preparing the recommendations. We reviewed the background information for each of the services, the policies, reports, statistics, etc. We analyzed the processes and procedures for the services. We did a budget analysis. So we looked at the revenues, expenditures, and trends. We did a benchmarking also with comparable municipalities of similar size population. We did a comparison with those. We've also undertaken leading practice research, and finally prepared recommendations, and the recommendations focused on future opportunities based on our findings. So the next slide, the study involved a review of the foundational elements of each of the services to identify opportunities and guide our recommendations. And when I talk about foundation elements, you'll see on the screen here, that's looking at organizational design, the service levels, budgets, and financial analysis, customer service, the processes, the employment of technology, and the key performance indicators. So if we go to the next slide. So it was an extensive review. Ultimately, it did identify some gaps and issues and some of the risks in the services, in providing the services. There was in total 29 recommendations that came out of the review. And what we did is we've prioritized the recommendations based on priorities and ease of implementation. So the priority, the recommendations and the priorities, we have short-term, medium-term, and long-term. And you can see short-term is approximately 1 to 6 months, medium-term 6 to 18 months, and then longer-term over 18 months. So now I'll get into the services. So I say that, as I mentioned, the first one is the building services. So what I'd like to do is in each of the services, just kind of go over some of the feedback and findings that were received. So in terms of the building operations, there was identified there was some opportunities for improved coordination and transparency in the agreement. You have as you're all aware, a service level agreement to provide building services with the town of Midland. And that's been in service since 2015. So there is some improved coordination and transparency wording that could be established in future agreements. There has to be some decision-making needs to be improved upon in the agreement to involve both in a lot of the decisions to involve management from both Midland and Penetanguishene. So the contract clearly defines building-related activities related to the Ontario Building Code. There's some other activities that building departments usually carry out, and they should be defined in the agreement as well. Things like comments on Committee of Adjustment applications and other development application reviews. Of the 10 peer municipalities surveyed, Midland and Penetanguishene are the only municipalities with a shared service delivery model for building services. So you're a little bit unique, if you like, in that regard. But overall, what we did find is that it is generally working very efficiently and cost effectively. Most Ontario municipalities, in terms of leading practices, they strive to maintain and it's in fact have established policies to maintain a building stabilization reserve fund of between 100 to 200% of the building department's total expenditures. So based on the feedback and findings, our recommendations in terms of the building services and the agreement was, first of all, the joint service agreement. There should be some increased transparency in terms of the agreement that should include things like quarterly reporting and performance reporting. So everybody's aware of the performance indicators and how the actual performance is being undertaken in comparison to those indicators. There's an opportunity to provide other services, as I mentioned previously, such as administration for Committee of Adjustment and Development application comments. And that should be spelled out in the agreement so everybody's aware of the responsibilities of both parties. The methods and procedures to be followed for the allocation of cost between the municipalities should be clearly spelled out in the agreement. So there's no everybody understands the methods to be allocating costs. In terms of the building stabilization reserve that I mentioned previously, we recommend that you do establish a policy for building reserves with a target balance. And that's to ensure that you do have funds available in case of an economic downturn in the building industry. When it's used to fund one-time capital expenditures. And also, if the building permit stabilization reserve is below the target, it's actually a trigger for the municipality to look at the fees. We're recommending a comprehensive building permit fee review, which I believe you're undertaking. So there's a revenue generating opportunity with regard to that. In fact, the Government Finance Officers Association recommends that a comprehensive review of user fees in general should be undertaken every 3 to 5 years. And then policies and procedures, there should be formal policies and procedures and incorporated in a manual as part of the joint service agreement. And again, that ensures that there's consistency in terms of the procedures, and also a procedures manual helps in the training of new staff. So that's the highlights of the building. The next section is the planning department or planning services. And again, some of the findings, staff resources at times are stretched. They have, besides the planning activities, the general role of planning, there's other responsibilities that they have undertaken, things like special projects, corporate projects. They're involved in, they're responsible for the real estate and encroachment agreements and monitoring the economic development undertaken. In comparison to the peer municipalities, Penetanguishene has a relatively low to mid staffing level. As I said, we had some feedback from developers in the industry. And in terms of the feedback, timeframes, the processing the applications, they felt is generally meeting their expectations. In terms of communication, the feedback we received is the feedback is good, and there's a pre-consultation in place. They feel that that's working. However, there should be a more formalized approach to the pre-consultation, which I'll talk about in terms of the recommendations. There's no established timeframes for departments to respond to an application. So again, that's an issue. There should be established timeframes, so everybody's aware of the timeframes, and it does help the applicant as well. There's an opportunity for additional delegated authority to staff, and that would provide the opportunity to reduce timelines on some of the applications and reduce the number of council reports. And their community education and engagement should be increased to provide for future opportunities for feedback. There's a lack of, next slide, there's a lack of performance measurement metrics, and these are, of course, necessary to analyze and evaluate services for efficiency and effectiveness. There's a lack of technology. Technology would offer the ability to reduce some of the timelines and enhance customer service. The review of submission fees with other municipalities, we looked at that, and it indicates that the application fees are significant in terms of planning applications, are significantly lower than the other municipalities that we surveyed. So we're recommending a comprehensive review of the planning fees, which hasn't been undertaken in several years. And in terms of the economic development agreement, there's really no accountability for framework to measure the economic development performance. The next slide. So getting into the recommendations, economic development, we're recommending you establish an accountability framework for the economic development of North Simcoe agreement. And that would provide a basis to objectively assess the ECDNS and whether it's achieving its intended results and outcomes. In terms of you have a technical review committee that reviews the applications, and it's represented by the various departments. So we're recommending that you formalize the duties and responsibilities of the technical review committee, and establish a memorandum of agreement with outlining the roles and responsibilities of each of the departments participating in the planning approval process. And part of that would also entail establishing agreeable time standards for each step in the review process. So there's a clear awareness and it provides accountability for each of the departments to adhere to the memorandum of agreement. We're recommending a two-stage consultation process. And that's in line with a leading practice. A large number of municipalities have established a two-stage consultation. And it's because of Bill 109 and the strict timeframes under Bill 109. If you don't meet those timeframes, there's a possibility that you have to issue refunds. So under the two-stage consultation process, stage one would be a preliminary pre-consultation outlining what should be submitted in the application. And then under the pre-consultation stage two process, that would be a more detailed evaluation of the submission and all of the requirements of the submission. And the clock wouldn't start until after all staff have reviewed the submission and the quality of the submission to ensure that it is a complete application. The next slide, and it kind of goes hand in hand with your previous presentation. In terms of study requirements, we're recommending establish guidelines or formal terms of reference for each study or report or drawing required in the formal application. And again, obviously the applicant must submit reports to for his or her application. And what is a lot of times the problem, that the report doesn't meet the quality or the standards of the municipality. So there should be some clarity up front with regard to that. There's a project manager. Planning has a project manager. And we're recommending to formalize that process. So every application, there should be a planner that is responsible for that application. And some of the responsibilities would entail monitoring the status of the project, resolving issues that may arise, assisting the applicant in understanding any resubmission requirements, and review the comments from each of the departments to ensure they're reasonable, understandable, and do not conflict. So again, it should be just kind of a more formalized duties and responsibilities of the project manager. Delegated authority, we're recommending to seek opportunities to delegate additional authorities and decisions to staff. Some municipalities we looked at, they delegated authority for things like lifting of holding provisions and some of the other requirements. The next slide, customer service. One of the things that is quite useful is to establish customer or planning application satisfaction surveys. And that feedback would be useful for the municipality and would be used to help improve the processes and create efficiencies. Policies and procedures, we're recommending, similar to the building, to establish standard operating policies and procedures for each of the types of the planning applications. The next thing is to develop a performance measurement system for the processing planning applications, and that performance management system should have not only the metrics, but the reporting on a regular basis of those activities against the metrics. And then technology, there's an opportunity to enhance technology, to update the website to provide better online support. And the next slide, it's recommended to implement a web-based and a web-enabled solution to provide the capability for applicants to submit applications online. And this would allow the application to be shared amongst the departments so they can see the comments of each other. And also, it's useful for the applicant, and they can track the application and the status of the application, which would help administratively, in the sense that they're constantly phoning and finding out or wanting to find out the status of their application. And then this would give them the ability to do that online, and then undertake a comprehensive planning user fee. As I said, it's in comparison to other municipalities, they're extremely low. The next area is bylaw enforcement. And some of the findings and feedback in terms of bylaw enforcement. One of the things that has been fairly recently, I guess, instituted is a reporting on the activity, and the feedback we heard is that's very useful in understanding the types of complaints, the orders issued, and how the complaints were resolved. Council did provided feedback that there has been significant improvements in bylaw enforcement services in the past year. They're managing public expectation with limited resources. There is a lack of technology to support efficiencies. This goes hand in hand with the next point, which is the lack of visibility of bylaw enforcement staff. We did an analysis, and we found that quite a bit of the bylaw enforcement staff is entailed by administrative functions, and they're obviously in the office to do those. So technology would help in that regard and provide the opportunity for bylaw enforcement staff to spend more hours in the community. Citizens cannot phone in infractions and complaints. And a priority response system would help clarify the town's approach to resolving complaints and improve transparency. So what we're recommending in terms of the bylaw enforcement is, first of all, one of the things that, if we go to the next slide, one of the things that's extremely important is public education. So there's a common understanding of if there's a bylaw and infraction, how it's going to be handled. So we're recommending developing a public communication and education strategy. And then part of that would entail updating the website to make sure that it has all of the current bylaws and also shows the enforcement policies and complaint information, how a resident would go about making a complaint. Policies and procedures. As I say, right now, there's limited ability to lodge a complaint, and we're recommending expanding written complaints to allow residents to report infractions beyond written complaints. Develop a policy on exercising discretion when dealing with the complaints. A lot of times the complaints are frivolous and time consuming. And if there's a policy on exercising discretion, that would help in terms of creating some efficiencies. Enforcement policies identify when progressive penalties, deterrents, and cost recoveries will be instituted. And the public should be aware of that as well. Establish a priority response system, which is not currently in place, with proposed target response times, and that should be based on health, safety, and environmental consequences. And finally, in terms of technology, which I spoke of earlier, expand the use of technology to improve the processes, record keeping, and workload management. And again, that would assist in allowing the bylaw staff to be more visible in the community. Facilities, which is the last area. Right now, it's largely decentralized, the facility services. There's no single business unit accountable for all aspects of the facilities management, preventative maintenance, capital management, and daily operations and maintenance. The facilities manager informally oversees all the town facilities in a more of an advisory capacity for some of the facilities, and is fully responsible for some other facilities in recreation services. An asset management plan has been completed, but the asset management plan has identified a significant facility infrastructure gap. So there's a need to develop a financial plan to fund the facilities. The other thing in terms of facilities is because, again, it's decentralized, some of the facilities don't have a scheduled preventative maintenance program, and that should be instituted for all facilities. The construction of a new arena, it's a major infrastructure project that, if undertaken, may require or will require a review of the resources and service delivery model. And there's no consistent automated work order system. It's all manual, so that makes it very difficult to manage preventative maintenance and measure the efficiencies of the facilities. So what we're recommending is, first of all, in terms of the facilities management service delivery, to expand the roles of the facilities management function in the recreation department to provide on a more formalized basis support services to all the departments with respect to the building envelope and critical operating systems of the facilities. That would exclude specialized facilities like water and wastewater. In terms of staffing, so once it's centralized, you have to go through and analyze everything that has to be done to each of the facilities, look at all the preventative maintenance functions that have to be performed. And once you've evaluated or looked at all that, then a staffing plan should be created for the new expanded facilities management function. And that plan should consider all of the factors that impact workforce planning, such as the volume, type of work orders, qualifications, skill requirements, and changes in regulations. In terms of financial management, again, it's a decentralized approach also in financial management. And we're recommending consolidating the operating capital budgets and develop an asset management funding strategy in terms of the funding gap that I talked about. By consolidating the capital budgets, what that allows the municipality to do is to evaluate the facilities needs on a corporate basis. So right now, it's all being done on a departmental basis, and there could be some higher needs in different other areas, but may not have the funding. So by consolidating the capital budgets, this would provide the opportunity to develop a strategy to prioritize on a corporate basis. And then technology, as I say, everything's all manual. We're recommending implementing an automated preventative maintenance work order system for facilities management. And that's the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Any members of council have any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Okay, moving on our agenda. Number 5 is our council information package. We have recommendation for the 2 council information package for November 22nd, December 6th. Do any members want to speak to any of the items on our council information packages? I just want to make one quick statement on the November 22nd, 2023 council information package. Number 2A, there's a letter there from residents Don and Carolyn Coping regarding Scotiabank closure. I've had many people reach out to me, talk about that. I have been in conversation with Scotiabank, TD Bank, and Meridian. We're having some conversation about how we can communicate with residents, specifically those that don't do web bank and otherwise, that want to see a teller, what other services are available in the community. So hopefully in the new year, we'll have some strategy how we can help communicate that specifically for those that may find that as a barrier. So we hear it, we recognize it, and we'll work with our partners to give some more communication about that. So we have a recommendation that council information package have been given due consideration, be received for information. Looking for a mover, Deputy Mayor LaRose. Seconder, Councillor Vadabunker. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. 6A is our transportation environmental services section. I'm going to turn the chair to you, Councillor Mershon.
Thank you. Great. So we don't have any items this evening under consent agenda items, so we will move right into matters for consideration. We have 3 items this evening. All 3 are referral items that had been asked to have reports prepared by staff, and we will discuss tonight. First one is the adoption of the engineering standard update and site plan guideline and stormwater management best practice referral item, engineering-2023-11, that the updated town engineering standards and site plan guideline be approved and adopted as presented. Can I get a mover? Deputy LaRose, seconder, Councillor DeRush. Happy to take any questions with regards to the report that has been provided. As mentioned, this was a referral item around reviewing our best practices around stormwater management and the engineering standards. Any questions specifically around the report? Yeah.
Thank you. Just a comment. So from committee of the whole, this will go to the January council meeting. And earlier we referred the tree preservation bylaw back to staff. It'll be also on the agenda for the January meeting. So we'll be able to deal with both of them together. So that's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Those opposed, motion's carried. Thank you. Next item is supply, installation, and maintenance of driveway culvert policy, costing and maintenance standard, RDS-23-15, that the attached updated installation and maintenance of a driveway culvert policy be adopted. Can I look for a mover? Councillor Vadabunker, seconder, Councillor DeRush. So the The item brought here before you in terms of the policy was a referral item that was asked for staff to do some review. The report itself is very in-depth and talks about a lot of really great work went into look at our neighboring municipalities to see what their current policy was as it related to their culvert policies and procedures. The report is recommending that we keep the policy as it is today. We do provide some financial options for support for anyone who has perhaps has to replace a culvert on private property. Perhaps, Brian, is there any additional comments you'd like to make with regards to the report presented?
Through you, Madam Chair, nothing further that's not already in the report.
Okay, any questions, comments about the report, Your Worship?
Thank you so much. This was a referral I asked for, so I want to thank Brian for this report. I'm going to support this report. I think it's well done. I brought it up because there was lots of people in the public that made this a concern and brought it up as an issue. I guess I have a couple of quick questions if I can, Brian. One is, for the most part, I believe the culverts are on town property. So it might be at the end of my driveway, but it is on town property. Members that have reached out to me have said, our existing policy states that as the homeowner, I'm responsible to do X, and as the municipality, you're responsible to do Y. And some people feel that we haven't done our part. And now we're going to the homeowner saying, you need to pay so much to fix this culvert. And the sentiment in the community is that this might have been that we didn't do our part of the municipality for years and years and years and years. I'm just wondering if you can provide some context to that for me, just so I can understand that. And my second part is, I appreciate the loan aspect. Is there any ability or way that we can work with people through the loan and through understanding capital projects, that if there's an area that's been identified, that we can work with them, extend it over a period of time to lessen the impact on the residents? If you can help me with that, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Through Madam Chair to His Worship. In terms of the maintenance of the culvert, the municipality within the policy will flush culverts to ensure that drainage within the ditch is maintained throughout the years. And in previous years, culverts do get clogged with debris over time. We are working to improve that, as we do through our drainage maintenance plan, which went to council earlier this year. And within that, we have various ditching projects that we have on the slate for the next 5 to 10 years, and also capital projects that improve that as well. In order to flush a culvert, we need to obviously have a ditch that is able to accept that water and flush it without actually creating a trapped situation. So what we've done and what we're going to be doing on a rotating basis, similar to what we do with our sanitary sewers, is on a rotating basis based on quadrants, flushing driveway culverts that can be flushed. And it's all contingent upon obviously us going in there and cleaning ditches out as part of our ditching maintenance plan. And through our plans, we're hoping to improve that over the years. But we realize that obviously in previous years that hasn't been done, and we're trying to play catch up right now. But as it's outlined in the report, the fact that a culvert is not flushed for quite some time is not a failure mechanism for the culvert itself. There's many facets that are related to that. So I wouldn't say that the lack of flushing has caused deterioration in the pipe. And obviously through our plan, we're hoping to address that going forward. In terms of the financial support that we can provide, we do have the culvert loan program. As we do projects, that could be expanded, to account for multiple culvert replacements. So obviously making sure that the homeowners are aware of the program is something that we can do to improve the awareness of the policy.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any other members of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the recreational vehicle black water receiving station options, WW-2023-01. It's the recommendation that council approve option 1 as outlined within the staff report. Can I get a mover for that? Deputy LaRose, seconder. Councillor Waters. So in front of you is a very comprehensive report as it relates to the ability for the town of Penetanguishene to currently receive black water from RVs. So this again was a referral item that was brought forward. Very comprehensive report, and I think even in light of the report being created, there's some new things developing with our partners in Midland in terms of the receiving of any sewage outside of the Midland parameters that also has a bit of an impact on this particular report. But as you'll see on the report, what is extensive and what is really clear is that we're currently not set up to be able to receive this waste in our current facilities. Some of the options, although they seem very blunt, are literally, putting black water into a manhole in one of our receiving plants. So the report is really recommending that we not provide this service. There is extensive environmental and other items that we have to meet. The report is quite extensive. Brian could probably add some additional points to that as well if you'd like to highlight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As outlined in the report, there's a number of options in previous years that we have looked at as a municipality through previous study. We are recommending the status quo option outlined in the report, but with a caveat that staff reach out to their counterparts in Midland to have a further discussion and dialogue related to their current direction, which is not to accept septage or hauled waste from municipalities outside of Midland. And just a clarification is Midland was designated for many years as the regional septage and hauled waste receiving facility for our area. So this recent decision will have implications on haulers and residents in our area.
Thank you. Any questions by member of council? Your worship.
Thank you. Thanks for the report, Brian. I guess one question, just for the public's interest. We have lots of capacity at our existing STP for our community. Like, our number one job is our community. So we have lots of capacity for our community and the growth of our community. The report speaks to, and when you're bringing up the Midland pieces, for us to bring waste from neighbors, we need to make some adjustments. You need time to be able to work with your counterparts to figure that out. I know at a recent meeting, my peer in Tiny Township brought this up as an issue to find where they could find other locations to dump. And that's kind of what you're suggesting is Midland in a binder now, and they're looking to the partners to where and how we can all help one another out. Am I reading that right? And if you can just clarify the capacity for our community.
Through you, Madam Chair, to his worship, that is correct. We are well positioned from wastewater treatment perspective for the next planning horizon, so 20 years plus for sewage capacity. I should make a clarification and a distinction between municipal wastewater and septage and hauled waste, leachate. Septage is hauled waste that is taken from sewage septic tanks and private septic systems. Marina waste would be classified as a hauled waste, and leachate, which is wastewater collected from landfill sites. Those are all very highly concentrated wastewater liquids that right now we're not suited for or set up for at our treatment plants. We have no receiving facilities at either plant, and Midland, which currently has a receiving facility, is our local receiving site for our septage and hauled waste haulers. During the period of the fall, winter, and spring periods when you cannot land apply hauled waste onto land. So that's an important distinction I should mention. While we do have excess capacity for our municipal wastewater, which is significantly weaker and less strong than septage, we aren't currently set up to receive this high strength waste.
Thank you.
Councillor Bedevancourt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I appreciate this report as well. This was a referral that I had asked for, excuse me, be brought forward. I'm disappointed that we're not able to address the RV holding tanks waste, and I look at that as being quite separate from the septage and the other types of waste. I understand, and from conversations with the director and what he just explained, that's very highly concentrated. It does have an impact on the plant, as I recall from my days and discussing that. I was looking specifically for a facility where people that have a trailer could empty their RV holding tank, and that's different. In conversation with the director, he explained to me about how these conversations are underway with the town of Midland, and perhaps during those conversations, the matter of RV holding tank waste can be separated from the bigger issue and the more impactful issue of hauled waste from other jurisdictions. I think as a service to the taxpayers, especially those that RV on a regular basis, haul a trailer, go camping, that kind of thing, having that service available regionally for somebody to pull up their trailer and dump their holding tank, I think would be well appreciated. And from Penetanguishee's perspective, if we could point our residents that have trailers and whatnot to a facility that's equipped, they pay whatever the fee is and they dump, that would be ideal from my perspective. And as I said, that's quite separate in my view from the hauled waste issue, which is a much bigger issue and is much more impactful on the plant. So Madam Chair, I just encourage our director when he's in those conversations, if he could perhaps split those two issues. And I know in Midland and other places, there are people that own trailers and RVs, and I'm sure they would appreciate that opportunity as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from any other members? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. C, referral items for upcoming agenda. So the referral items that the Transportation and Environmental Services section endorse the following additions and or existing referrals to upcoming agendas and to staff. Future items are stormwater management best practice engineering standards. It was presented this evening, so if it is passed at the next at council, it will be removed. Traffic calming measures on roads and sidewalks with priorities of streets with no sidewalks. That was updated. An updated report will come back Q1 of 2024. RV pumping station to empty black water holding tanks. We were discussed this evening. If it passed at council, that will also come off. And culvert policy as well was discussed this evening and will come off if it's approved at council. Can I get a motion to approve that? Deputy LaRose, second, Councillor Waters. Any other additions for staff referrals from members of council? Seeing none, call for a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. Motion is carried. Thank you. Section D, if there's any questions from members of the public with regards to the our particular section that was presented, Transportation and Environmental Services, there's an opportunity to ask any questions at this point. Seeing none, I will turn the chair back over to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mershaw. Moving on to number 7, section B, Recreation Community Services section. Can turn the chair to Councillor Waters.
Thank you. For the Recreation and Community Services, we'll start with the consent agenda. Tonight we have one item. And the motion will read that the following consent agenda item, having been given due consideration, be received for information. And that would be the Penetanguishene Public Library Board meeting minutes for September 25, 2023 and October 30th, 2023. And if everybody's okay with that, I guess we need a mover. Going to be Councillor Drush and a seconder, our Deputy Mayor. And call for the vote. All in favor? And that went through. Second item we have would be our matters for consideration. And tonight we have 4. The first being environmentally inspired mowing policy, RCS-2023-29, with recommended action that the draft environmentally inspired mowing policy be approved as presented in attachment 2. And I guess we'll do these separate, I guess. So if we have a mover for that, it'd be Deputy Mayor and Councillor DeRush. And all in favor? Oh, is there a question? And our mayor has a question.
Thank you. Just a question for our director. I'm just wondering if possible, we may understand how much time savings would we see with this naturalization of a park? So Edward Street example, or other parks, if we're not maintain them as we were, would we see any staff reduction of time for maintenance and manicuring and cutting and maintaining those parks and areas?
Thank you. Through Councillor Waters to Mayor Rawson, we do anticipate a small savings in staff time for mowing activities, which was noted in the staff report. We haven't calculated the amount of staff time. I don't believe it to be substantial, but there would certainly be some.
So I guess we go for the vote now. Oh, Mayor Rawson, sorry.
Thanks for that, Sherry. I'm just wondering if we could estimate, like if you could guess, like would it be a couple hours a week, or like if you had to estimate, what would that look like?
Through Chair Waters to Mayor Rawson, as I don't directly oversee the mowing activities in the park, I would have to consult the facilities manager.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Vandenbonker.
Thank you. I appreciate the report and I appreciate the goals behind the report. I think they're admirable, but I'm trying to understand the impact on some of our parks. And I'm come to mind a park would be the Rotary Champlain Waterfront Park, which, you know, when I walk along there, it's fairly well manicured. You know, the grass is cut. Some areas are naturalized around the stormwater ponds and along the shoreline and that kind of thing. But for the most part, it's fairly well maintained. Could you describe for us what the impact of this policy might be on an area that has been in the past fairly well manicured, and what changes we might expect from the implementation of this sort of policy? Thank you.
Through Councillor Waters to Councillor Vandenbonker, a good question. So the only areas identified in the policy for no mow are the ones that have been highlighted earlier this evening by SSEA. So the areas that we've added to the policy will have reduced mowing. So it may be for the month of May, for example, we don't mow in a specific area, or it may be that we restrict mowing. You know, if we did something twice a month, we might do it once a month in those areas, or we might do patch mowing. So it's just reducing the amount of mowing that's happening in those specific areas. When looking at the spaces and making recommendations for council consideration, we did want to ensure that there was still enough regularly maintained spaces for people to just do passive recreation. So if you wanted to come throw a Frisbee, that kind of thing, that there was still enough space in that area to do that. So specifically to Rotary Champlain Wendat Park, noting, you know, that it is a picturesque area and very well maintained. There would still be buffer mowed sections around the walkways and whatnot, but we would just reduce mowing in some of those areas or let it get to a certain height before cutting it. We would also add signage to explain to the public that area is experiencing reduced mowing and the benefits as to why, to help sort of promote and spread that culture.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Marshall?
Not a question so much as a comment, but I was really happy to see the SSEA presentation this evening and talking about those particular areas that we made some decisions last year to attract more bee pollination and to not to mow those particular sections. We did get some feedback from the community that, you know, perhaps it wasn't going to be very attractive, but really at the end of the day, it was not it wasn't growing out of control. It was done for all of the right reasons from an environmental perspective, and we do have a responsibility from an environmental perspective, so I'm happy to see this one come forward.
Thank you. Any further questions? Then I guess we'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that passes. Second item is Community in Bloom. RCS-2023-27 with the recommended action that the report be received for information. And could I have a mover and a seconder on that? So be Councillor Vadeboker and our Deputy Mayor. Yeah, do we have any questions? And our Mayor would like to make a comment.
Thank you. Appreciate the report on this one as well, Sherry. I was leaning towards option A tonight, and I was kind of going to move an amendment to look for that. But one of the pieces that spoke to me loud on this report was the reach out to our neighbors in Midland and how they have stated from a staffing perspective and the outcomes, it didn't meet the objective. And I appreciate that feedback. You know, I think about the work we've done in the community, from our gateway with the Angels and the new sign and all the things we're doing. We're trying to make the town as vibrant and beautiful as we can. And there's people in the community that want to contribute and be part of that. And it doesn't matter if it's a flower box outside of a merchant on the main street. Otherwise, people want to be part of this. And I brought this forward. The thought was to allow the community to come together and make the town as vibrant as we can to welcome people here. And Communities in Bloom, I thought, was that path. But the feedback I read and hear from you is that's not the path. And I appreciate the comment here about doing nothing, but I think we need to do something. And I look at option D, and that's what I'm going to move as an amendment, Mr. Chair. I don't know why we wouldn't want to reach out to the community and ask them their level of participation, from our merchants to our volunteer groups. Last year, we supported, I don't remember the cost, but we supported a financial cost to help with some flower arrangements specifically up in Memorial Park. There are lots of people that want to contribute and help. And I would think as a group and as a community, let's reach out to our community and see how much they want to be involved in helping to make the community more vibrant. So, Mr. Chair, with that being said, I'd like to move an amendment to this motion that we proceed with option D.
And I guess we need a seconder for that. And seeing none, I guess we're defeated. We're back to the original motion then. And we have a mover and a seconder, so we're looking for a vote. All in favor then? And that carries. Number 3 would be the Penetanguishene Midland Minor Ball Hockey League Agreement, number RCS-2023-28, with the recommended action that the draft agreement between the corporation of the town of Penetanguishene and the Penetang Midland Minor Ball Hockey League be approved as outlined in the attachment to this report, and that the CAO and Director of Recreation and Community Services are hereby authorized to make minor alterations to the agreement that does not substantially change its content. And finally, that the staff bring forward the necessary bylaw for council approval, number RCS-2023-28. Are there any comments? And our mayor would like to say something.
So just to be consistent, I need to ask this question. When I read this report, I just want to make sure now we're not being bound. I know staff is coming back with non-resident user fees, And I believe that that would be attached to our fee bylaw, but I want to make sure that is that future report going to bind us if we were to move forward with this tonight?
Through Mr. Chair to Mayor Rawson's question, the short answer is this report and this agreement is separate and apart from the user fees and charges bylaw. So certainly from staff's perspective, we have no concerns and don't see any reason for this report not to get endorsed. The fees and charges bylaw is separate and apart.
Then I guess we're looking for a mover and seconder for this item, and we have council. To read the motion again?
Mover and second.
Oh, so we
Yeah. Get a mover and second.
need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Vadabonker and Councillor DeRush. And we'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that passes. And the fourth one is Parks Equipment Surplus and Purchases, number RCS-2023-30, with a recommended action that the town dispose of 2 surplus tractors as identified in the staff report, and that the funds received through the sale of the equipment be used to offset the cost of a new tractor. And further, that the town purchase a New Holland 40 horsepower tractor through Richards Equipment in the amount of $47,824.75 plus HST. And finally, that any surplus or deficit be funded by the Parks operating budget or transferred to the Parks Vehicle Equipment Reserve. And could we have a mover and seconder for this? We'll have Councillor Marshall and our Deputy Mayor. And any discussion on this item? And our mayor.
No. My question on this item is we just passed the budget 45 minutes ago. So I'm just wondering why this wasn't part of the capital budgeting process. That's question number one. Question number two, I understand, appreciate what the report identifies. Would we not have been better to put in the cost? I think it was $20,000 for the repair to have the assets. And my next question is, the new equipment we're buying, is it going to have all the attachments and tools we need to comb the beach and do everything we need to do? Or is there going to be another need to get further attachments to do further work in the future with one piece of equipment?
Thank you through Councillor Waters to Mayor Rawson. Thank you for your questions. So we already own the attachments. The smaller tractor is unable to operate them or utilize them efficiently. The larger tractor, it's quite old. I think it's a 2003. We don't believe it's worth putting the money into, which is why we want to surplus. We also believe we don't need a tractor that large any longer now that Public Works removes the snow at the arena for us. So we do believe it's somewhat of a good news story in that we can reduce the need for 2 tractors down to 1 and get something in between to meet all of our needs. The reason it wasn't in the capital budget process is we did not have all of the information at the time in order to get it in the process.
Any further questions? Okay. Then I guess we're looking for a vote then. All in favor? And opposed? And that one passes. So now we go on to our referrals. And would anybody like to add or remove anything to the existing list? Seeing none, we'll read the motion that the Recreation and Community Service section endorse the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. First being the Champlain cultural event. Review the reviewing the options for a signature summer event and focusing on the Champlain Huron Wendat development and local culture. Second being the Winterama growth and expansion. We'll review the options for growth and expansion of Winterama. Communities in Bloom champion. Review the options for participating and success in communities in Bloom. And then we have digital signs and modernization fund report to provide the options for digital information signage throughout the municipality. And finally would be the options for an accessibility map at the municipal beaches to provide options and costs for providing an accessible map on the beaches. And could I have a mover and a seconder for these items? We have our mayor and Councillor Marshall. And we'll call for a vote. All in favor? All in favor? And that passes. And we now have questions from the media and the public. Is there anybody who would like to say anything? That's easy. Our CEO.
Mr. Chair, just for committee's sake, I think items 1 and item 2 can come off the referrals list. So unless committee disagrees, I'm going to suggest that they've both been addressed through reports. And unless committee disagrees, we can happy to keep them on if there's a purpose, but otherwise I think they've been addressed.
So, thank you. So you're suggesting items 1 and 2? Or 1?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, items 1 and 2, the cultural event item, as well as Winterama growth and expansion, I believe have been addressed through reports.
Okay. So I guess we remove those 2 items then, and then call for a vote. So we'll remove those 2 items and call for a vote. All in favor? And that went through. And we did the questions from the media and public, and there were none. And we'll pass the meeting back to our mayor.
Thank you so much, Councillor Waters. Moving on to number 8, section C, our planning and community development services section. I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you, Your Worship. So referring to the Planning and Community Development Services section, we have 2 items on the consent agenda, and I'll read the recommended action that the following consent agenda items having been given due consideration be received for information. Memo from the Director of Planning and Community Development, excuse me, vacant commercial properties disincentives, and memo from the Municipal Law Enforcement Officer monthly activity report for November 2023. Would anybody, any member of council, like any one of these items pulled for discussion, or does anybody have a comment? Your Worship.
Thank you. I'd just like to comment or make comment with the first one.
Okay, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder, and then we'll go to the mayor's comment. May I have a mover? Councillor DeRush, a seconder, Deputy Mayor. So it's on the floor. Your Worship, a comment?
Thank you. It might turn into a question. Thanks, Andrew, for this report. It too was a referral item I had asked for, and I appreciate this. For clarity, this was about commercial properties that are vacant on the Main Street core, and how we could provide some other tools in the toolbox to levy a tax or a surcharge or another tool to provide disincentives to have vacant property. And I appreciate the report states that the county was ahead of this and have removed that. So I appreciate the clarity on this. I guess my only piece is there anything that the municipality can do? So I appreciate the county did some. Did we follow suit? Is there anything left? Or was that kind of the only incentive that was there is what the county had done?
Through your Councillor Vadaboncourt to His Worship. So our treasurer did participate in helping prepare this report, and she indicated that the town's done everything we can from a financial perspective in creating some sort of disincentive to keep those commercial properties vacant. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? So you've heard the recommendation. It's been duly moved in second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you. So we'll move on to matters for consideration. And our first item is the business process review project for planning, building, bylaw, and facility management. We had the presentation earlier. The recommended action is that the report be received for information and discussion, and that the operational recommendations contained within staff report PL 2023-64 be approved in principle as presented. And finally, that the governance recommendations be brought forward to a future consideration as presented. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Marchand, and a second by Councillor DeRush. So it's on the floor. Any comments or questions on the report? Your worship.
Thank you very much. Andrea, you promised 2 meetings ago, I think, that the report's going, we would love the results. So thank you. I think it's well done. 2 questions, perhaps to you or to our CEO. One, during the presentation of the report, it speaks to a work order system. My understanding is we had put money in the budget last budget year for, we'll call it the customer-facing ticketing work order system. So I'm just wondering if we can get a little bit of an update on that, because I believe that was in our plan last year. And my other one, just from a high level understanding, is throughout the report, it talks about seeking opportunities to delegate additional authorities, specifically under planning. Can you just help me understand what could that look like? Without carving it in stone tonight, what would those additional authorities potentially look like?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I will probably answer the second question, and I may defer the other one to the CAO. So I'm sorry, I just drew a blank there. Your second question was on the delegation of planning application, sorry. So under the Planning Act, there's been some changes from the provincial level that have some mandated and override our own delegation bylaws that delegate site plan control, for example, to staff. I know we've looked at it in response to the changes under Bill 09 for how do we speed up processes for decisions. And so there are some things we can do delegated approval through. So the lifting of holding symbols, or even potentially the entering into a temporary use permission. Those types of things we can consider for delegations to staff. Internally, we've reviewed our official plan, which is the document we rely on to give us sort of that authority. And so we do believe there's an official plan amendment that's required first in order for us to bring forward some additional delegated approval authority. So that's what we'll be considering moving forward.
Through Mr. Chair to Mayor Rawson's question, with respect to the work order system, timing is interesting in terms of the question. We did strike an internal working group amongst staff of various departments in the organization. We released an expression of interest where we've since shortlisted to 3 proponents. Those 3 proponents will be asked to submit based on an RFP that we're hoping to release sometime early in the new year. This project's being facilitated by our Director of Public Works and his team, particularly our Manager of Capital Projects, and it's really engaged staff throughout various departments. So that RFP is expected to go out in the early part of the new year, and then the RFP will get evaluated, awarded, and ultimately, the implementation of such an endeavor is likely to take in the neighborhood of 6 months plus potentially. So it is, while we are a little bit later than we expected to be with this project, there were a number of priorities in this particular year that have shelved this one a little bit, but I think in the end we're going to be happy, the community will be happy, and certainly council will be happy with the end product. Hopefully that addresses the question.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and for the responses.
Thank you, Worship. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Councillor Marchand.
Thank you. Just one question. There were several recommendations, and so will there be a plan in terms of how we approach those recommendations? It was a very extensive report, and there was a lot of different pieces. Some have various implications. So how do we operationalize that, and what is the next step that goes from this particular report?
Through you, Councillor Vadaboncourt, to Councillor Marchand. So as the presentation alluded to, we did assign some timelines with the different recommendations, but there's also an approval authority associated with them. So some of them are operational in nature. And in the staff report, I think we've identified those that are operational in nature and that they're short, medium, and long term. And then those that are more governance in nature that require direction or decisions from council will bring forward as necessary through either a budget conversation or when the time's appropriate to bring those forward. So operationally, we've evaluated them at a staff level to determine if we can complete this sort of work. And we feel that we've got a timeline that works for the operational things, the improvements that are being recommended.
Thank you, Councillor. Excuse me, I'll just add my comments. I thought it was an excellent report. I really appreciated the staff digging into it and bringing forward the recommendations in terms of the operational enhancements plus the timelines. And, you know, I was glad to hear that it's within staff's capacity to implement those improvements. And I look forward to seeing them over the next 6 months to 18 months as outlined in the report. And then further reports has been outlined that'll come forward for us to consider flowing out of the work that was done by the consultants. So very good. So barring any other comments or questions, we've got a mover and seconder, so I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you. So moving down to the next item, excuse me. This is County of Simcoe call for proposals for affordable rental development, and the recommended action is that staff be directed to prepare a proposal in response to the County of Simcoe call for proposals for consideration at a future council meeting, and that the proposal includes the following municipal properties: 161 Church Street, 151 Fox Street, and 1484 Brunel Side Road. May I have a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Waters, a seconder, Councillor DeRush. It's on the floor. There's quite an extensive report in the agenda. Perhaps, Madam Director, you can just hit the highlights and just outline to the public where we're at in this process and what other steps need to be taken by council with respect to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if you recall that the County of Simcoe did reach out to Simcoe County municipalities with respect to a donation of land or building or other types of financial incentives to help them with their affordable housing and attainable housing work that they've been doing. This was very similar to a project that they did back in 2017, 2018, where they did reach out to municipalities for this very similar process. And so this was, again, just to gauge the interest with the county, given that they're working towards a new plan around housing. And so they've reached out to the town, and at a staff level, we discussed it at our technical review committee meeting based on the county's criteria. So they have two sort of stages of their criteria. One is a minimum area criteria, so land that's municipally owned and serviced by water and sewer were sort of the minimum criteria. And then there's secondary evaluations. So proximity to transit, is zoning in place, those types of things. So these three shortlisted properties staff identified as meeting the first box of criteria as having the minimum size. And so with council's direction, we would go back and delve into the three properties a little bit deeper and propose how they fit and meet the county's call for proposals. We would note that not any of the properties the town has is what I would call shovel ready. None of them have appropriate zonings in place. So everything would be required to go through a public process or a rezoning. And the town then and staff would work through a site plan for if we were to be successful for a development. So what we've proposed in the staff report is that we'd come back, as I noted, with a draft document for the proposal, but also, and potentially importantly, is that we would be talking to the neighboring property owners and the public throughout this process to let them know that this is what council's considering. So we'd be proposing something to come back in January to the committee of the whole, and then February, sorry. The deadline for the county is in March 2024. So I hope that answers any questions. one final note is I am actually attending a webinar tomorrow by the County of Simcoe on this item, and so I may have some more information coming out of it. I think one of the questions we have for them is what's the status of their previous properties and how does that fit into this new call? So there will be more information coming out when we come back to council in the future.
Thank you, Madam Director. Any questions or comments from members of council? Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. A couple comments and thoughts. I guess my first one I'll start with is 161 Church Street. Andrea, I had the pleasure of being on council in 17 when this came forward, and there was a lot of public concern and interest about this property. And I'm worried about going too far down the path without re-engaging public. Can you just help me understand what that looks like? The report talks about I've reached out to the members already, but can you just help us understand from this council's perspective, what would that look like? Would we be having a public meeting in January with this as an example? I just want to make sure that I think last time we got pretty far down the track, and then last minute we kind of said no to the county, and then Victoria Harbour got it, and I think it was good for Victoria Harbour. But I just want to understand that piece and how we can involve public in this discussion sooner than later. And I have a couple more follow-ups if I can, Mr. Chair, after maybe that question.
Thank you very much. So staff recognize as well that especially with 161, there was quite a conversation with the community about that property, and there's some history there. And so we felt it prudent that we do reach out to the public that just to let them know that this was being discussed. But through anything that moves forward at this point in time, there would be a requirement for a rezoning. So there is that public process for participating in a planning application. The first thing would be the County of Simcoe to select the town's lands that we're proposing. I know previously, I believe they shortlisted, I'm going to say there was 12 properties that were submitted that was selected out of how many that were submitted. So we're not even sure that about the fact that none of our lands are shovel ready if we're going to have something that's successful. But we do expect that we will be at least reaching out to the neighboring properties if any of these lands are endorsed, to make them aware of council's discussing it and potentially what it would mean for future public processes.
Well, a follow-up on this one, if I may. Appreciate the zoning piece, and the deputy mayor and I get the privilege to sit on the Simcoe County Housing Corporation, and there is property designated already, I believe, in Bradford that doesn't even have access to municipal water and sewer, as an example. So it's a priority location, but they've kind of said not until it's serviced. It might be 10 years away. So I understand there's zoning and other pieces. All I'm suggesting is, should we have some dialogue, understand we got to do zoning and other things before we even go down that path? Like, if there's no interest from council and public's perspective, then why are we going down the path of adding 161? That's kind of we have a short window from now to March. Do we start some of that, not the Planning Act zoning amendment work, but is there an interest to legitimately bring this application forward? That's kind of where I'm trying to tug that thread from a January, February timeline.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. So we are on sort of the county's timeline for submission of a proposal, but I do appreciate that any consultation we can do from the public in advance would be beneficial to this process. So beyond what we've done to date in terms of notification through email, but we can also do direct mailing to neighboring properties. I think we'd be happy to also take direction from council to do something prior to a final decision of council.
Follow up, Your Worship.
Thanks. So my next one is regarding Burkeville School. We had a motion come forward, I believe 3 months ago, about a potential partnership where we would work with Burkeville in exchange for the current location of Burkeville to be used for a housing opportunity in consultation, collaboration with our municipality and the County of Simcoe, where potentially the school would be focused and placed at 51 Dunlop and look at a community hub. Now, I know there's lots of steps to happen. I know there's lots of discussions to happen and a lot of partnerships and finding and who does what. But I think this is an opportunity, and I know it's not our land. But have we had the conversation? Have we had the understanding that that is a potential piece of property that might work 3 years, 4 years, 5 years down the road? and again, I understand there's a few caveats to get there, but have we started that discussion to say, here's potential lands that might be designated for the county for this project? And if not, how could we include that in this process if we can? And I know it's complicated, but
Through you, Councillor Vadamankar, to his worship. So the staff report did take a look at the Burfield School site. What we've suggested is we're not proposing it to be, because we're not the owners of the property. I think it's difficult for us to suggest that without being the owner of the property. I think we're happy to let the county know that this is potentially a future option as well, but given the council direction and their motion, I think that's the process that needs to play out a bit more before that property would be something that either the town, if there's some sort of contract or agreement with the land swapping, or something potentially from the school board themselves to the county.
thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. So in providing the recap and how I understand the report, this is literally phase one, where we just identify that it literally just meets the land surface requirement. And then I understand the zoning piece, which then there's a whole consultation and a whole public process where we would look at engagement. So I appreciate that. So I think I'm just really trying to, I think that's the piece. Do we put the properties out there is what we're asking. What this is a new process, just being a new member of council in this last year. So we've all been called from a Simcoe County perspective to identify any lands that potentially can be used and brought forward. Is that kind of the premise of this? Okay. Thank you. I just really wanted it was the piece around this phase one is just approving that this is actually meets the size criteria based on part one of this process. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll just chime in here. So we did talk about this at section earlier this week, and in a similar vein, Councillor Marchand, the old chicken and egg, do you put the land forward and then go through the process and through a rezoning, or do you identify the property, go through the process to rezone and then submit it as a zone property? So which way do you go? And the director advised that this is just step one in a multi-step process. None of the three properties are perfect. If you've read the evaluation, each of them has limitations and drawbacks. And so whether they continue to move on in this process, it remains to be seen. I was pleased with the director's comments with respect to the public engagement, because in particular around the 161 Church Street property, as the mayor alluded to, there was a lot of public interest with respect to that property. So having the public engaged and aware upfront so they can participate, share their ideas, maybe there's things that could be done, who knows, but at least they'll have the opportunity to participate in that. And that's something for me is very, very important from a public consultation standpoint. So this is a multi-step process. It's a competitive process because other municipalities are also putting their sites in, and who knows where it'll end, but we got to start somewhere. This aligns with council's strategic priorities in terms of identifying areas where we could develop affordable rental housing. So from my standpoint, I'm going to support it at this stage in the process. But obviously, as the director has indicated, lots of steps to undertake and lots of public involvement. So I'll conclude with that. Any other questions or comments? So we've heard the motion. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Your Worship. You had a comment? Sorry, or a question?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize you're going to go right to the vote on this. I'm going to see if I can do a small amendment to the motion as presented and remove 161. And I just say that because I know there's so many moving parts in this. And I just know from being at the previous discussion table, we got so far down the path and then we didn't support this. And I'm wondering what conditions have changed from then to today, other than new council members sitting here. The conditions are virtually the same. And I'm not sure if the conditions have changed enough to really warrant that. And I think about our time, our staff time, everything else we're trying to achieve, and all the things, the reason why it was defeated and the purpose. I don't know if anything's really changed. So from my lens, I'm going to see if we can move a small amendment, Mr. Chair, and just remove the 161 church.
Thank you, Your Worship. So you're moving that. Is there a seconder around the table? Councillor Waters. So any comments or questions on the proposed amendment? We'll deal with that first, and then we'll deal with the motion as amended. So the proposed amendment is that 161 Church Street be removed from the list of municipal properties to go to the next step in for consideration. Is that sufficient, Madam Clerk? Captured it? Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? And the motion fails, or the proposed amendment fails. So now we'll go back to the proposed amendment, or sorry, the main motion as was read and duly moved. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to the next item is the zoning bylaw amendment ZA 9/2023, 200 Fox Street and 2 Hope Street. And this is a referral from council from our meeting in November. The recommended action is that the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene has determined that the zoning bylaw amendment application ZA 9/2023 is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the County of Simcoe official plan, and the Township Penetanguishene, or the Town of Penetanguishene official plan, and that zoning bylaw amendment application ZA 9/2023 concerning 200 Fox Street and 2 Hope Street be approved. And finally, that Council pass a bylaw to amend the Town of Penetanguishene Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2022-17 to enact zoning amendment 9-2023. So may I have a mover and a seconder? A mover, Deputy Mayor LaRose, a seconder, Councillor Marchand. So thank you. So as a referral item, we had the meeting in November. A lot of questions were asked with respect to the process that was followed, the notification that was followed. There were numerous letters that were sent in from interested residents and neighbors to this property. All of that was referred to the director to distill down to common themes and address in a report. And this report has now come back to council or committee of the whole. So just to kind of give you an outline of where we're going with this is that whenever recommendation comes from the committee of the whole, we'll go to the council meeting in January. And so that'll be barring something unforeseen will be the disposition of this. But tonight we're dealing with the committee of the whole, and I'll turn it over to the director and she can hit the highlights from her report in terms of the distillation of the various comments and whatnot that were received at our meeting in November. Thank you, Madam Director.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We did receive a number of comments leading up to the November 8th council meeting, as well as we did receive some comments in after that meeting, so that you do have a full package of public comments and questions related to this application on this agenda. So with the referral, staff did want to be able to respond to the public questions. We did focus the responses on land use planning issues and land use planning matters where we can, so that anything that was outside of that scope, we did not discuss or touch on. So I did want to make sure that it was clear that, you know, we focused on land use planning matters, and that the recommendations that we do make are based on public interest and our professional recommendation on what's in the best public interest. So the report goes through and does try to identify some of the misconceptions with respect to the application. There was some unclear information about where the location of the building, what was going to be rezoned, what lands were going to be rezoned, what were some of the changes. So the staff report does try and answer some of those misconceptions. Any questions that came up, we did respond to, such as, the traffic study, environmental studies, all the work that was done leading up to the subdivision, we did provide in that staff report. I do want to just highlight one thing that I think is something we've heard recently that we need to make sure we communicate clearly is the concept plan that comes with the application is really just a concept plan for information. I think there was a lot of concern or questions about that concept plan. And so just to make it clear that we're looking at the land use planning regulations associated with, so what's the density and what's the location of the building? That concept plan is not potentially the final development that would be constructed. So the province has delegated site plan approval to staff. So that would be the next step if this rezoning would go through, where the applicant would apply for site plan approval, and that would be something that the staff would review for things such as the location of buildings, parking, landscaping, snow storage, any of those types of questions that were raised at the public meeting would be dealt with through a site plan process. And I did also want to note that recent changes to the Planning Act from the province also limits what the town can require under site plan approval. So elevations to buildings and architectural adherence to guidelines is something that the province has changed recently that the town can no longer require. So we're working with the developer, and we would work with the developer to make sure that the site is a high quality development, but just wanted to provide some of that clarity on the application for the public. Other than that, I would hope to answer any questions you have. I think the reports does speak for itself, but I'm happy to provide any other responses.
Thank you, Madam Director. Any questions or comments directed to the Director? Hey, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrea, thank you for your work on this. I know a lot of you may have received some unfavorable kind comments. Again, you're following the process before you and what this council has passed or previous councils, and you're using those tools. So thank you for your work on that. Just for clarity, and I know the report speaks, but I just wanted to be out in the open. Right now, the developer has an approval to build one facility that's 3 stories. True?
Currently, the developer has an approval to build a building that's 14 meters, which in essence is 4 stories.
Okay. And the zoning request is to be able to increase that to go up another 4 meters. What would be their path? And is the path what we're before us now is to add a secondary building, which is what's here now, to have 2 facilities, 2 buildings side by side? And is this the mechanism, the path to be able to do that? So they're asking for, they have one, they want to have a second one, then they increase the height. If it wasn't height, would they have that ability to do that right now?
Through you to His Worship, Councillor Vadaboncourt, no, they would not have the ability to do that right now. One of the key pieces with the rezoning is the block that is in front of the building closer to Fox Street. So that block itself, and I don't recall the number off the top of my head, is currently zoned open space with an exception number on it. That open space zone only permits a public park, a private park, a conservation use, and the private recreational facility that was originally proposed with this application. So that land could not be used for any development purposes. And so that's really what the rezoning would do, would be rezone that property in front that would then put it in a residential land use zone that would enable the second building. The other regulations and requests having to do with where the front property lines determined, that is just a technical exercise related to how the subdivision was created and the timing it was created. So they could build a 4-story building on that site currently under their current approvals, and it would be subject to site plan control through this rezoning. They are taking some, I would say, surplus lands for the development and proposing a residential use on them.
So Andrew, from a clarity standpoint from my lens, is there an ability to look at these in isolation? You talked about the rezoning of the green space, we'll call it. Could that be a separate application, separate process, separate assessment, and that we look under one path with the current facility, proposed facility, and the increase in size, and then the separate one through its own application, its own separate distinct process? Or have they been purposely bundled together to be able to evaluate in this fashion?
Through you, through you, Councillor Vadabon-Court, to His Worship, I'll try and answer that one. So in essence, the block that's zoned open space would not be able to support a residential development on its own. It's just not quite large enough to do building and parking area, stormwater management, all the things that you would need to do on that site without this rezoning. So the second, I guess, response to that is this is what the developer has requested of the town. So I think the decision is on what they've requested to approve or refuse it. So at this point in time, I don't believe that the process or the path forward that you had suggested works for their ultimate development concept. There are some, difficulties with respect to the site itself being able to support that.
Another follow-up if you can. Andrew, can you help me understand about the parking from 154 space to 134? So I look up at Billow Heights as an example, and I remember we shrunk the lot size there to get a few more properties, which in turn had effect on some parking. Do we have confidence that reducing the size of, the parking allotments and the increased number of homes won't have an impact, that the extra cars will be out in roadways and other ways that won't have that impact?
So to respond to the parking question, so the reduction actually still provides for the number of required parking spaces per apartment unit, which is 1.5 spaces. What is removed from the parking requirement is the visitor parking. So those standards under the zoning bylaw are for anticipate that the parking's used at a maximum every time. So all the parking spaces would be used. It's for the highest use, I guess, of a day of when parking would be needed. So in our review, that we felt confident that the reduction of 20 parking spaces from the site would not be a negative impact to the development or the adjacent properties. In addition to that, with the roads in the site to be condominium, the town would not prohibit parking on site from a municipal bylaw perspective, but that being part of a common element condominium is subject to their rules.
Thank you. Final follow-up, if I may. Andrew, the report speaks to, and we spoke about the traffic study. And I hear concerns that the traffic study is outdated and it's not current, it's not up to date. And I recall the report speaking to there was more traffic when we were evaluating through the marina. I just wonder if you can help with that. And then I guess a follow-up would go possibly to Brian. Brian, is there further determination, the capital plan for, we'll call it vehicle or traffic or pedestrian safety enhancements on Fox Street, sidewalks like into the future? I appreciate that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to His Worship, I can speak to the Fox Street piece in terms of pedestrian and improvements on Fox Street. As indicated in the comments section of the report, we do, Public Works Department has a capital project for the engineering phase of the Fox Street reconstruction, which extends all the way from Yeo Street to the north limits. That would be a full urban cross-section, including storm sewers, infrastructure renewal, and sidewalks. So that would be included as part of that Fox Street reconstruction. In the interim, we also have our sidewalk maintenance plan and improvement plan, which based on speed monitoring that we've done this past year in that area with our speed monitoring trailer, highlighting certain sections on Fox Street to extend sidewalks as part of our sidewalk maintenance plan.
And I can maybe speak to the traffic study, although I would defer to Brian. So through the conversation that the BMA management consultants discussed with us tonight, any development application now is required to meet with staff for pre-consultation. And it's at that pre-consultation meeting we identify the required studies. So back when we met with the developer about this application, it was determined by staff that a new and updated traffic impact study was not required to proceed with the development. And so that was the direction staff gave to the proponent. I would defer to the recommendations in that original traffic impact study to Brian, but largely what that said is that there should be no impact to the Fox Street because of this development. The previous subdivision development, and that there was actually a slight reduction in the parking or the traffic trips from the site. We did speak to the developer as part of the comments received, and they did endeavor to take a look at the parking through the site plan application. The parking study itself would not have recommended that this not go forward, as the road does not have the capacity for the traffic. It would have made recommendations with respect to improvements to the road to enable the development, such as turn lanes or stop signs or traffic signals and such. So the traffic study itself would be something that's going to be submitted with their site plan application, and any improvements, if there are some, would be through the site plan development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from members of council? Okay, so we have the motion on the floor. Before I call for the vote, anybody else want to say anything? Okay, so we have a duly moved in second, so I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the recommended action? Any opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you. Moving on, so this recommendation will go to the January council meeting, as I indicated earlier. So referrals to upcoming agenda and staff. So we have 4 referral items. I'll go through them. There was the vacant commercial property options, and that was considered earlier in our meeting tonight. That'll stay on until council deals with it in January. The ATV ORV pilot project, that is a referral item that will come forward in Q1 of 2024. There's the cell tower public notification procedure and public notice protocols, and that'll come forward in Q1 of 2024. And then there's the notice policy review regarding developments, and that's to come forward in Q1 of 2024. So those are the 4 that are on our existing referrals. Any additional referrals that anybody wants to add? Seeing none, I'll just read the recommendation that the Planning Community Development Services section endorse the following additional existing referrals to the upcoming agendas and staff. And I read the future agenda items. May I have a mover for that? Deputy Mayor, second, Councillor Durush. Any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. Question period from the media and the public. The media and the public have any questions? I see one lady in the audience that has a question. Would you care to go to the podium and just identify yourself again for the record and pose your question? Thank you.
Yes, I'm Jeanette Vanderzag. I live at 38 Magazine. I will be part of this condo corporation. Condo corporations have the responsibility of enforcing the traffic, the snow removal, and all the rest. Poor planning affects my life and everybody in that subdivision. I'm a taxpayer, and we were misled by this developer. Clearly, the first development was a 3-story, 36-unit building and a recreation facility and parkland at the shoreline. It's still on their website. We are letting this developer mislead not only us, but this town. It's like they have that big red easy button All I have to do is a bylaw amendment. This should go back, let him apply, let him go through due process to put a proper application in, not a bylaw amendment. This is huge and this is wrong. And you have the power to stop it. And I hope you do.
Thank you for your comment. Sir, if you want to come to the podium. And just that this period is called question period. It's not comment period. So if you do have a question, please pose your question and we'll see if we can have an answer for you. Thank you.
So I'm Martin Normando. I also live at 38 Magazine. My question is with regards to the traffic study implemented in 2019, when the traffic study was to consider the impact on the change from Bay Moorings Marina, which had 353 slips. And the new proposal in 2019 was to continue with 200 slip marina and then add 86 units. Maybe that's 83, 86. So the study at that time said that there was a potential for less traffic. And that's why they did not require an approval to go forward with a traffic study. But when you consider that the new density is now an additional 88 units, not 36, so you've added 52 units to what would now increase the impact on the traffic from the development. It's, in my opinion, ludicrous to think, when I look at how they calculate the traffic for a marina versus a housing development, we're talking about people that live there 12 months of the year versus a marina that's open basically for 4 months of the year. Yet they use that as some sort of gauge of what the traffic implications are going to be. So that would be my first question, is why would you look at a traffic decision to go forward with a study to look into it further on a study that was based on the initial application? And again, to speak to Jeanette's point, is we feel that the town should take a step back now and say, wait a minute, what's going on here? This is a complete change of plan where you took 3 blocks of zoning and now you want to make it 1 block in order to sidestep the approval processes that would have taken place if he was to have originally submitted a plan for 88 units in 2 5-story apartment buildings. So it's like shuffle. It's a shell game with this developer, and you're being sucked in. And as a community, the community is going to have to deal with this forever, based on these decisions that are going to be made by the council. So I would encourage you to take a second look, take a step back.
So thank you for your question. There was a question there, so thank you for that. Is there a response with respect to the traffic study that could respond to the gentleman's question?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the traffic study, as the planning director did indicate in the report, there will be the traffic volumes generated from this new proposed development will be looked at as part of the site plan application phase. But I should make the clarification that it will be related to internal traffic movement, any implications in terms of like dedicated turning lanes required to get traffic in and out. The capacity of Fox Street in general. We've done monitoring of Fox Street in terms of traffic flows. There is no concern over capacity in terms of the ability of the collector road to accept this traffic. So from a staff's perspective, it is sufficient.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that answer.
With regards to the parking, from what I've read, the town is about to offload the responsibility for the lack of parking in the development onto the condo corporation. That's what's happening here. And the 20 spaces that the condo corporation is short is apparently going to come from the extra spaces that are in Champlain Shores. And in the report or the study that's been sent back to committee, it mentions that the town is not responsible for enforcing parking infractions within the condo corporation because they're private roads. So it kind of addresses what he just said, is that they haven't really talked about how the new development is going to affect the traffic movement within Champlain Shores, only on Fox.
Is there a question there? Sorry.
The question was, with regards to the parking, is it the town council's plan to offload the problems with regards to enforcing infractions of parking onto the condo corporation, since they are not, it's not covered in the report because it's not part of the town's responsibility, apparently.
I think that's an assumption that there's going to be problems. So any condo corporation is responsible for the enforcement of parking on their property. A lot of condo corporations function without any problems. You're making the assumption that there's going to be problems. So typically a condo corporation addresses those as part of its management of the property. It's just a normal course of business for a condo corporation.
It's clear purchase agreement that there will be no parking, on-street parking within Champlain Shores. So it ends up being that all excess parking needed will be an infraction on the condo corporation, or they'll just go park on Fox Street. So my question,
again, if I may, you're making an assumption and that the excess parking. So it's an assumption and it may not be reality. And again, I'm just trying to understand the question.
The town has a requirement for visitor parking for 0.25 parking spaces per unit, if I'm not mistaken. So they require 20 visitor parking spaces in order to get approval on, and they're asking for an amendment, are they not? Asking for an amendment for you to bypass that requirement.
So that's a question. Good. Okay.
That's a question.
Thank you. So Madam Director, could you respond to that question, please?
Yes, through you, Councillor Vadeboncor. Yes, that is a part of their application for rezoning, is a reduction in the parking requirements.
So I'm not sure why you feel the obligation to give that amendment, to pass that amendment, and the other one was the height. So why do you feel obligated to approve another 4 meters of height restriction? Is there not a reason why the restriction is at 14 meters? Why does the town have a restriction of 14 meters?
Madam Director, do you have an answer for that question with respect to the current height restriction in the bylaw, 14 meters?
Through you, Councillor Vadeboncor. So there's 2 things I want to touch on. One is the official plan, which does provide some policy direction about how buildings could be developed, what development could look like. And it is one of the policies of official plan for strategic growth to be directed to these mixed use designations, which the site is. And it's within those mixed use designations where increases in heights are permissible or have policy support for increases in height. So that's one of the areas where the official plan does consider height to be able to exceed the minimum standard of the zoning bylaw. Under the zoning bylaw, the standard across most properties in the town is 11 meters. Again, this is one of the zones that does have an increased height permission. And through their application, they did receive approval through their zoning amendment back in 2019 for 14 meters as the maximum height for this site. So the site was already developed with that permission in mind.
So now we changed it. Now we're asking for a change in density and a change to the blocks to now amalgamate the 3 different blocks in order to allow it to have a higher density, from what I understand. So is the provincial plan to use this height restriction on shoreline? Like, I can understand if you were to intensify and you have a need to build more intensity within city limits, but why is it that you would do that on the shoreline versus on the other side of the road or within existing developments? That's where I think if you really delve into the heritage issues, the tourism issues, you start to see that maybe it's not such a wise idea to allow a height extension in this particular property, which sits on the shoreline of Georgian Bay. So that's
Sir,
what
is
I
there a
would just bring.
question there or?
So
just a
I
statement?
guess the question going back to the planning department is, how do the provincial and municipal plans address these requests for height variances with regards to other issues in the plan that are to preserve the heritage and environmental issues on shorelines?
So through you, Councillor Vadamankor, so the provincial plans typically don't speak to height itself. They really speak to intensification and trying to direct density and intensification to areas, the primary settlement areas that are fully serviced itself. So it's not necessarily the provincial plan that discusses height of buildings itself.
It's going to take a parkland.
Excuse me, sorry, I'm still speaking,
Right.
sorry. As I noted, it's the official plan itself that does speak to where the town set policy that would enable higher, taller buildings. And this was one of the areas that it was considered. I appreciate that this one is on a waterfront, but that is the policy support in the official plan document that would enable it to happen.
But looking at it logically, let's change the zoning.
Sir, I think you've asked a number of questions. They've all been prefaced by a long statement, and then I've encouraged you to ask the question, and then you ask the question. I think we need to wrap this up.
I'll just say
allow you one more question, not a statement, just a question, because this is question period from the public. So if you have another question, please proceed with your question.
So I believe it's block 10, the block which held the recreation center, which is zoned right currently, asking for rezoning of the town, to rezone it from being zoned for parkland or a recreation center. So let's ask the town to rezone that first, and then it'll qualify to be redeveloped as intensification. So is that in the town's plan to rezone parkland to allow for intensification?
Madam Director, do you have a response for that question? And then that's the last one from this gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just to be clear too, that block that was in an open space zoning was not intended for parkland, for public. It has a land use permission that would enable a private parkland, a public parkland, conservation use, or a private recreation center. So it wasn't necessarily a town policy for parkland to be rezoned, but it is an open space zone that has a parkland use that's being requested to be rezoned.
Thank you, sir. And any other questions from the public? Good evening. Please identify yourself. Thank you.
Nadine Lalonde, j'habite au 107 rue Peel. I just found a screw on the floor. I'm not sure what that means. Just saying. My question, I'm going to use out of Mayor Rawson's playbook. Can you help me understand the pre-qualification period and what's going to happen next? Is there an option for negotiating if it's going to be rezoned to allow for 2 buildings? Does the town have any recourse in saying it can be 2 buildings if you must, but not 5 stories, just 4 stories? Do you have any recourse? Does that work?
Mr. Chair, the question should be identified to you, not the staff. It's not a two-way debate with our staff.
Thank you. Thank you, Madame Lalonde. I'll ask our director if she wouldn't mind responding to that question. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So at this point in time in the process of the development approval, the applicant has requested the height. And so there was no direction given to staff to go back and look at negotiating with them for changes to height. So right now the zoning, if it proceeds, would permit that 5-story height, that increase. So short answer is no, it's not possible for us to go back at this point. The decision that council makes is either to approve or refuse their application.
And my question also said in the pre-qualification period, is there any point of negotiation at that point when they come back? Mr. Chair, to staff.
Thank you, Madame Lalonde. Madam Director.
Sorry, thank you very much. I'm not sure I understand the question in terms of the pre-qualification.
Well, that's
So-
what I was trying to understand.
So in terms of what would happen next with this is it will go to a January council meeting if council chooses to pass a bylaw amendment. Staff would then give notice of the bylaw amendment and an appeal period would start. And then subject to whatever happens through an appeal, if there's an appeal filed, it would go through the tribunal process. If there's no appeal filed, then the land has a zoning permission. The next steps would then be in the developer's hands in terms of filing a site plan application to actually go to construction. It could sit there quite vacant for a number of years as well. It's not something that the town has any ability to influence timing wise.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the public with respect to this, any matter on the agenda? Yes. Please proceed to the podium and identify yourself and an address, please.
Is this on? I guess it is. My name is Connie Kinnair, and I'm new to this community, and I have one question. And that is, in your minds as our representatives, as our councillors, as our mayor, does this set a precedent moving forward? When you accept or you approve this amendment, is that going to be setting a precedent? Because we all saw that beautiful picture of, the bay where everyone had pretty well access, visual access and access to the water. I'm concerned that once this gets approved, or if it gets approved, it will just set a precedent where our waterfront will end up looking like Toronto's. It'll get built up nilly-willy. And so my basic question is this going to be setting a precedent? If one developer can get away with this, and I do feel they're trying to get away with something, are other developers going to be able to say, well, it's already been done. Let's, try again. We'll do it on the other side of the bay.
Thank you for your question. I'll respond on my behalf. I won't speak for other members of council, but I don't believe this sets a precedent. Each application is viewed on its merits. And, it's been implied, and you use the term getting away with it, and others have implied similar. The planning process in Ontario is that a landowner has the ability to make an application to change the zoning on their property. And there are requirements that they need to meet in order to do that. And it goes through a review process, and it's our professional staff review the applications and make recommendations based on the policies and whatnot. So each application is considered on its merits, and a recommendation comes forward. But it's governed by the policies that our director has outlined to you. The provincial policy statement, the growth plan, the town's official plan. Those are all guiding principles. This is not the first multi-story building in Penetanguishene. There's one there's a couple of them down the road, one on Beck Boulevard, close to Main Street, that people might be familiar with. So each one is dealt with on its own merits. And sometimes the recommendation comes forward, it's not to be approved. Sometimes it comes forward, it's recommended to be approved, but it's based on the professional analysis of each application. So hopefully that responds to your question.
Sorry, it's Brig Kinnair again. So my question is, you talk about each application is based on its merits. I'm trying to figure out what are the merits of this application. It meets actually it doesn't even meet the bylaw. You have to change the bylaw. So can you just give me a summary of what the merits are? What are the benefits of this?
Well, the application is, and maybe I'll ask for the director to elaborate, but the application is measured against the policies within those documents that I've outlined. and it's determined whether it conforms to those policies. And
Conformity, not merits, if I may just jump in.
conformity to the policies. Madam Director, can you care to elaborate?
Thank you very much. Not necessarily. I think we do defer to the policies of the province as well as our own planning documents to determine whether or not an application is desirable or merit worthy. And so from a land use planning lens at a zoning layer, it is my professional opinion that this does merit a development that the town policy supports and conforms to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. CAO, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just touching on that last gentleman's question, I think the report is very well laid out from staff. And I think if one was to read that report, it would be very clear in terms of the various provincial policy, local policy, et cetera, and how this particular application applies or is applicable to those various policies. So I think Madam Director has answered it quite well, but certainly the information is all there and available to members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Any other questions? Sarah, anybody online that has a question?
We have no one online. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Worship, I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vadaboncourt. Moving on to 9, Section D, Finance and Corporate Services section. I turn the chair to Councillor DeRush.
Thank you very much. We have one consent agenda today, and the recommended action is that the following consent agenda items, having been given due consideration, be received for information. It is the 2023 Financial Indicator Review, Finance Report 2023-40. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this item? Moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Vadaboncourt. Do we have any questions or comments regarding this report? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. We have, I believe, 3 items for consideration. The first matter is the 2024 meeting calendar, Council and Committee of the Whole, Clerk's Report 2023-11. The recommended action is that the 2024 meeting calendar be approved as presented. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this item, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconded by Councillor Waters. Any questions regarding our 2024 meeting, our date calendar? Yes. Mayor Rawson.
Good. I'll make it quick. Thanks. This year's budget process was good. Do we think this schedule will meet the budget timeline for next year? Or do we need to propose, add in the 1 or 2 special committee of the wholes to accommodate that? Do you want to reflect that on this, or worry about it when Carrie brings her budget work plan forward in the future?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Rawson. Typically what we've done is we've addressed it in Carrie's budget guidelines and schedule report. I think it's a great question. My knee jerk is that this year's process seemed to work quite well, unless, as we get to that process and Carrie's subsequent report in May or June, I'm going to say, council or committee feels otherwise. I think we'll probably plan to follow a similar process as we did this year, which seemed to work quite well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion carries. The second item for discussion is the LED digital signage option, which is Clerk's Report 2023-11. The recommended action is that the staff be directed to proceed with a request for quotations for 1 digital LED billboard sign, and that the priority first location be identified as Robert Street West, Champlain Road. Clerk's Report. Yes, I've already mentioned that. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. Any comments on this report? Yes, Councillor Vadaboncourt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was happy to see this report come forward. I was disappointed that the suggestion that I had made about the sign at the Penetanguishene Community Center being replaced buy an LED sign was last on the evaluation list, unfortunately. But I recognize the rationale behind it. I note that this report only identifies a sign for 2024, and I'm optimistic that I'll have another opportunity to put my case forward for 2025 if we're able to provide some input on another LED sign. So those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor Marchand.
I just want to commend staff on the report. There was a lot of thought and consideration that went into this with regard to the LED sign location and placement. And so I just want to commend that there was a lot of really good thought process in it and really good options that were brought forward to us. So it was, I'm really pleased with the report, and we're really putting our town on the map. And so just a good report, and I'm going to be endorsing it. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Waters.
I'm pleased that the sign's there. I would like to see that we maybe try and have a second sign put in. There is a $20,000 reserve. And maybe we could bump that up a little bit and provide a second sign so that there'll be one down, maybe a little closer to the Angels, so folks traveling the other way can maybe see the sign.
Thank you for those comments. Anybody else? Yes, Mayor Rawson.
I won't copy what everyone said, but my only concern is the report speaks to our existing signs, and it says signs are no longer supported by the company software, which poses significant difficulties in terms of operation maintenance, so on and so forth. What are we going to do to mitigate that with this new sign?
Yes, and I will pass that on to staff because they answered that question for me and I can't quite remember the answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's, certainly something that we struggle with in purchasing any digital asset, is understanding that the company you've bought it from may not exist. I don't know exactly when that sign in Memorial Park or the fire hall were installed, but certainly, we'd be looking towards ensuring that we have an agreement with the provider to ensure that we have as best care as we can. But I completely agree with you. There's a risk of any technology being outdated and not having them following up to assist.
So a follow-up, if I may. I believe, and I might be wrong, I believe we're now possibly leasing our computers as opposed to outright buying them, and there tends to be more IT infrastructure, release them and exchange them, keep them to update, as opposed to doing a hard purchase on this. Is that an opportunity where we could look at leasing this kind of equipment? Then when technology advances in 10 years, we get new equipment swapping out, and then maybe Councillor Vadabonker would be able to get the arena sign done at the same time.
Thank you, through your Mayor Rawson. Just to clarify, we actually do not currently lease our computers. We do still purchase them outright. Just with the amount that we purchase every year, it is more financially better for our budget that way. The second part of the question there, it is something that we could look into with a company. We did reach out to two through this process to get quotes, and the companies that responded did give us the flat rate. So it would be something that we have to take back and ask.
Thank you for that, Sarah. Yes, Councillor Vadabonker.
Thank you. Just a point with respect to, excuse me, the County of Simcoe and their cooperative purchasing. I look at the new LED sign for Georgian Village at least twice a day, if not 3 times a day, and a nice bright new message board sign at Georgian Village. So I was wondering if there would be the opportunity to maybe use some of the county purchasing power to look at this and maybe get a sign that is really quite attractive, and maybe at a cheaper price that may afford the municipality the ability to buy 2 signs. I don't know if the sign at the arena is going to go from number 7 to number 2, but in any event, it's just an option in terms of how we purchase and using some of that expertise. And I know that the county has extended that offer in the past. I'm not sure if it still stands, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. Yes, CAO Lees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple thoughts that I think might help address Mayor Rawson's question as well as Councillor Vadaboncourt's question, and really just to piggyback off of our communications and IT coordinator's response. The purpose of this report was really just to bring information to council. We still would have to complete a competitive procurement process. You know, and so whether that be through actually a call for quotation or an RFP or the like, or it could be taking advantage of some competitive group purchasing options. And certainly the County of Simcoe is a good partner when we look at procurement. And to Councillor Vadaboncourt's point, there's also a program through Canoe, local authority services that's facilitated through AMO. That would be something that we would explore as well. So I guess what I'm trying to say is this report wasn't to say that we're proceeding with vendor X at this price. We would need to go through a competitive process. We may find that through that process, there's a leasing option, for example, that might be advantageous for us, or we may find that, you know, with the funds that we've set aside or we're looking at, that there may be opportunity to maybe consider a second sign, at which case we would obviously come back to council. But this was really just to kind of get the ball rolling and provide a little bit of direction, but just recognize that we do need to kind of, you know, bring the procurement process across the finish line, which I think we'll find there may be some added benefits through that process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for those comments. I think we've talked it out. We'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion carries. Our last matter for consideration this evening is the Joint Integrity Commissioner appointment. Clerk's Report 2023-12. The recommended action is that Principals Integrity be appointed as the Town of Penetanguishne's Integrity Commissioner effective January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2027 to perform functions as outlined in the Municipal Act 2001, and that the necessary bylaw be presented to Council to authorize entering into an agreement for Integrity Commissioner services. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Councillor Marchand, seconded by Councillor Vadaboncourt. Any comments or questions regarding this item? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Referrals for this is the next section. And the recommendation is that the Finance and Corporate Services section endorse the following additional and existing referrals to upcoming agendas and staff. The first item is the paper ballot consideration in 2026 municipal election, and that is slated for Q1 2025. The staff position of grant writer is slated for Q1 2024. The next item is the non-resident fee review, slated for Q1 2024, and the funding gap between Penetanguishene and the province of Ontario for CNCC, and that is slated for Q1 2024. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Vadaboncourt, seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose. Any comments or yes, Mayor Rawson.
Thank you. Two quick comments. I believe the last one, the funding gap between Penetanguishene and the province of Ontario for CNCC, CO report, I think that was covered off in council tonight. I think we could remove that. My second one is the non-resident fee. I've been driving that one. I was a little grumpy last time when we brought this forward, moved it to Q1. Maybe a question, CEO. They may want an extra month. I really suggested, like, we need this before the expiry of those contracts, June 30. So just a question, do they need an extra month or so? I'd be open to that, but I just don't want to miss that deadline for that 60-day provision to June 30.
Through you, Madam Chair. At this point, I think we're striving to meet the Q1 deadline. So while I appreciate the comments, I think we'll meet the Q1 deadline as best as we can. But I appreciate the flexibility should something arise that we need to extend this into, say, April. But we are certainly targeting and striving for Q1 in an effort to get this put to bed sooner than later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for those comments. Any other feedback from anyone? Nope. So we will proceed with this motion minus the funding gap between, funding gap between the CNCC and Penetanguishene. We'll go to the vote. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. We will now go to our question period. And do we have any questions from the media, the public, regarding this finance section? Seeing none, I will pass the chair back to you, Mayor Rawson.
Thank you very much, Councillor Drush. Thank you for everyone for your participation and attendance tonight. I hope everyone has a great holiday season again. All the best to you and your family for health and wellness over the holiday season. Jeff, to you and to your team, thank you for everything in 2023. We're looking forward to more fun together in 2024, but do pass on to your entire team all the best and appreciation. I know many people will be working over the holidays, Christmas included, but thank you to everyone for all the work that's done throughout the year. Thank you so much. Have a good night. We're looking for a motion to adjourn tonight at 10:55. Moved by Councillor Drush, seconded by Councillor Marshall. All in favor? That is carried. See you.